them to be sitting there cooking and me.
Kia ora tātou. Koutou haramai ki te hui kuhu mai e noho ki raro i te tīmata tātou.
Kia ora tātou. I te atanei o tātou nei himene, ko whakaria mai, e tuku te karakia hakapuari, kia kipa, te rangatira, kipa manrau, no Ngāti Rahi, rehia. Nā reira, tēnā tātou katoa.
Tutu mā tātou mā tātou.
Oh katoa ko tau mai ki raro I te tuinu I o tiri o tō tātou whare. Kia tatu mai koe te tamo o te rangi Māori e ki wainganui a mātou I tēnei rā. E ho mai te māramatanga I te ora I te kaha I te rangi Māori atanga. Ko koe nei hoki tō mā tēnei kai arahi, kai awhina mai a mātou I ngā wā katoa I mui a mātou. E nei mātou tuku ana e nei whakamoemiti, kia tukuna mai tō korowai ata whai, tō korowai manakitanga, ki runga I tēnei huihuinga I te rā nei, mai te timatanga tainoa hoki ki tōna whakamutunga. Whārikitia tēnā korowai ki runga wa mātane whānau, e noho pōhara ana, e noho pauri ana I roto a tātane hori pere, kia hoki ora mai anō rātou ki wainganui a tātou. Tēnā korowai ata whai, whārikitia ki runga wa tātou kai kōrero katoa, kei te tukunu atu wa tātou nei kōrero mo tātou katoa. Ārehi no atu I a rātou I runga I te whakapono, te tika me te aroha. E nei manakitanga katoa e pā I noe ana hoki ki a koe. I raro I te ingoa o tāi tama tonu e te matua, tō mātou nei kai whakaora. Ai ani ake nei ai. Te rata, te rata.
Tēnā koe te rangatira kipa. Kia ora. Ko tāua no tēnei. Right, we're in the home straight now, and I'm pulling the whip out. We have people who need to get away this afternoon, so I'm asking you to really stick to time. If it's possible to take your presentation as read, then let's do that. And the tribunal can question you about it after your presentation. So, also something that one or two of you might have inadvertently carried away the earphones. We need the earphones for future tribunal hui. So if you've got one, just hand it into Alan down the back there. Easy thing to do. Okay, so let's go. We've got our first group. Ara mai koutou.
Tokerau te tūtei ki te hauraro o te pūaha, ko rātou manga ki te rāwhiti. E rere atu nei te kreimanga nui te awa o ngā rangatira, e tūmai rā te pā o kororipo. Titiro whakararo ki ōrongo ki tākau awa, te wahi mata ara tia ai e puhi, te waka tūpuna mā tātua e moi mai rā, e moi mai rā, e moi mai rā. Whiti whakate uru ki te ngā here nui o Puketi. Pohutu noa ki te moana o māpere a whio te rangi ki runga whakataha maunga. Kei raro ko te awa o Waitangi. Hirere ki pō ka kātō tika te whatumanawa ki I pīpiri ki Waitangi. Ko whiti ora, hiru harama hou, whetu marama ki te ao hou. Mā tātua ki tākau, tauwharanga marae, ngā tirehia te hapū, ngā puhinui tonu te iwi. Hei tūwhera, te ārero o toku hapū, taku kōtiro nei, e tikana kia pepeha tō mātanei pepeha ki au koutou. I roto I tēnā I here au ki roto I a tātou katoa. Tērā o a tātanei whanaunga, e here nei ki tēnei moana I waho nei. Ki tō tātou waka mā tātua, tātou katoa, ngā kai hoe. O tēnā o tō tātane waka I timatangia I tēnei hui. Me era atu ngā hui ki muri. Tainua hoki ki tēnei rā. O rere ko tō mātou nei ārero o ngā tirehia ko tukuna ki tō tātou nei kōtiro. Tōna ārero ko tōku ārero. Ko tōna arero, ko te o arero o tōna hapu. Ko tōna arero, ko te arero o tātou katoa e noho nei. Kia tuku nātu e nei kōrero i mui te aroaro. Ko te tūmanako, kia kore te oe ke whai mahi. E hara tēnei ko tō mātou nei tuatahi ki mua i te tribunara. Koutou katoa tēnā tō koutou nei ao. Ko te tikanga kia mutu e nei tū. Nā reira, kei taku kōtiro toku ārero, kei toku kōtiro te ārero toku hapu, tēnei hei tūwherangia tōna tūake, kei mua ia koutou. Nā reira, mihi kau ana, tēnā koutou, e te tuahine tēnā koe. Hoki ana ngā mahara i tō tātou tū. Ko i anō te ārero ki roto i pone ke whanganui atara. Ko i anō tēnā o ngā ārero i tuatu i mua ia koutou. Kaua tātou taunga ki tēnei tuake. Kaua tātou katoe taunga ki tēnei tuake i mua te tribunara. He mana wara tau nei mahi. Engari e mana i runga i ngā whakapeipeitanga ko uwhia ki runga i a tātou. Hei tāpiri ono iho, me mihi au ki taku kōtiro. Me mihi au ki taku kōtiro. E ruku wai, tēnā koe me tō whānau katoa. Kaua wai hono atu i nei mahi māna e oti. Me whakaoti e nāia tonu nei. Mei ka rongo koutou ki ngā kōrero tōku kōtiro, ka mōhio koutou e tae e tātou te whakaoti. Nā reira i runga i tēnā huri ana, ngā pātua o tēnei o tō tātou tino whareranga tira, e te taumata. Tēnei o tō tātou nei whareranga tira. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tāna.
Te pai.
Te toko i whenuku, te toko i wherangi, tokia, tukia.
Ko te mumu, ko te awha,
Ko te mumu, ko te awha, ko te manihi kai o tā tākiri panapana karo, i runga karo, i raro ka whaita more. I runga ka whaita more, i raro.
tēnā ko te pau.
Tēnā ko te pau, horongo, norongo, mauri, ora, ka oa
Ko te pau e kōrero hia nei i roto i tēnei karakia tawhito. E kōrero ana ki te pau i titia. I titia, wa tātou nei tupuna mātua ki te whenua. Tēnā pau whakatika, tikanga, tēnā pau, tō tātou reo, me ona tikanga katoa i titia ki te whenua, hei maumahara tanga mo tātou. Mei ka kawe mua tātou, i runga i taua pau i titia ki te whenua. Ora rea huri ana, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā tātou katoa.
Te whare tū nei tēnā koe, ngā hapuranga tira o tēnei wāhi kai, ngā tikawa ngā tira, hiri te matarahurahu tēnā koutou i whakai mai, kia tū mai ngā hapu, ngā ropu, ngā whānau i tō whare i te rānei e, tēnā koutou. Tangi tonu ana ki a rātou mai, rārangi mai ana i ngā pātū o tō tātou whare rātou i para i te huarahi matātou nei e. E ngā mate huhua te tai tokerau e tangi tonu ana ki a koutou e tangi tonu ana e. Tangi ana ki te kaupapa e ki anei tomo ki a ngata tau ia maha ku te ki atu i te rānei. Ka utonu ko te mana motu hake, ko te tinoranga tiratanga ki ngā ringaringa o te Māori. Ka pērā ka i roto i ngā waitahu o te tiriti o Waitangi. O he whakaputanga e tēnei katau. Ia hoki ki ngā tātai nā toko, rangatira, rongonui no roto mai o ngāpu i whānau mai ko ana uri ko tētahi o ērā uri ko tāreha. Tupuna rongonui o Ngāti Rehia. Tētahi atu o ērā uri ko te Pākira. E ki ana i tana ko hatu mai mahara ko tāreha te uri o Ngāti Rehia he rangatira no Ngāpuhi. He kei hoi a te Pākira ka puta ko hone tarawau. Nā hone tarawau ko harata tarawau moi atu ki te raupatu wirihana no roto mai o whangaro. Anā ko puta ko te uri kotahi ko takangaro wirihana. Moi atu a takangaro wirihana ki te ahi tōpere ārena nāpia no roto mai o ngai tā wake o te whiu. Ka puta ko hori te kēmara ārena. Moi a hori te kēmara ārena kia eti kere tene no roto mai o Ngāti Hine. Ngāti Tiara, Ngāti Kōpaki, heke iho atu rā ki roto o Hokianga, ki Ngāti Wharara, ki Ngāti Korokoro, ka puta ko te rangi. Moi atu a te rangi kia Veronica Tipene no roto mai o te raroa. Kai tūtai te waiariki ngā hapu, ka tūake te kai kōrero e tū atu nei ki mui a koutou. Kōruku wai Alan tōku ingoa. Hei timata ake, ka hoki whakamuri ki te timatanga o ērā tātai kōrero ki ngā kupu wa tāreha i whakapuaki atu i te tua ono o ngā rā o pepuere i te taukotahi mano e warurau whā te kau. Hore kau he kāwana mōku, mo te iwi Māori rānei. Ko mātou anake ngā tino rangatira, ngā kai whakahaere. E kore rawe e tuku a tētahi atu hei kai whakahaere i a mātou. Aha, ko koe te tauiwi ki runga, ko hau ki raro. Ko koe ki runga, ko au, ko tāre hā, te rangatira rongo nui o Ngāpuhi. Ki raro rawa, ka hore, e kore rawa. E te traipinara e mihi ana ki a koutou. Mōhio ana hau kei a koutou te mahi nui ki te āta whera i enei kōrero ka rongohia me te nui hoki o ngā hoatu. A te iwi Māori ki a koutou ki o koutou taringa. He oi ko tāku i te rānei he whakau tonu i ngā kōrero i whakapuaki i tērā wā tonu. Ki haia Ngāti Rehia, ki hai ngā uri, i tuku i te mana whakahaere mā tētahi atu. Ko ia tāku e tūnei. E hihi ana hau te kōrero ki tētahi o ngā taki whakapuaki ngia e taku matua e papakipa i te ata nei. Mo te āhua o enei hoki atu ki enei tūmomo kōrero. I roto i tēnei aronga, enei nohoanga, ai kua rongo i ngā hitoria me taku mihi ki tō tātou iwi. I te nui o te mahi i oti a koutou kia kohi ake i enei kōrero. He oi e hia nei ngā tau kua hoki te Māori ki enei tū āhua. Me te mea nei e ngana ana tātou kia whai taunaki e whakapono ai a Aotearoa i he te krauna ki a mātou. Ka nui taku hōhā ki tērā tū āhua i te mea ko nui kē ngā taunaki, ngā kupu tautoko, ngā tauaki kua oti kē i tō tātou iwi kia ki te mārama atu ai rātou ki ngā he kua oti a rātou. He oi. Kia timata ake aku kōrero mo tēnei mea, te rangatiratanga. Ko etahi o ngā tikanga o Ngāti Rehia, ko ngā tikanga he mea whakahaere i a mātou. Nā, i roto i aku tuhinga, ko rāringi mai ko wera, ai ko te mana motu hake, ko te tino rangatiratanga, ko te whakapapa, ko ngā tikanga tonu, ko te reo, ko te wānanga, ko te kaitiakitanga, ko te manaakitanga, ko te noho hei ahi kā mutu ko te whanaungatanga. Enei tikanga kato ka noho mai hei tuāpapa i roto i ngā tauira e whai ake nei mo te āhua o tō mātou utonu, he tō mātou rangatiratanga i roto i a mātou. Me te mea nei, e nā mea kato, kia tuitui mai e nā mea kato, koe reira pia te tauira o tā mātou hakua te ngana O tēnei kāwanatanga, o ngā kāwanatanga i mua, hakoa te āhua o te tūmai o enei pūnaha, hei whakakore i a mātou, e utonu ana mātou ki ngā kupu e puta i tō mātou tupuna i tauara i hainatia i te tiriti. Ana, kia kōrero ake i te tahi tauira mo te āhua o te rangatiratanga ki Wanganui tātou i ngā whānau, me te mōhio ki Wanganui a tātou ko e ora tonu ana i tahi o enei tauira. Nā, i roto i te whānau, ka mātāmua ko te reo Māori. Ka mātāmua ko te whakaako i ngā tikanga ki wā mātou tamariki e mārama ai rātou me pēhea te whakahaere i a rātou anō kia pakeke ana rātou. E whakaako ana i a rātou ki ngā kupu i hainatia i roto i ngā kawenata, ara he whakaputanga te tiriti o Waitangi. E mārama ai rātou ki ngā haipapa a te krauna. Nā, e whakaako ana mātou, e whakatupu ake ana mātou, kia mōhio ake ai rātou, ki te taiao e noho nei tātou i te mōhio, mā te taiao, mā te tangata, mā te mahitahi o te tuakana teina, ka oti ai te whakahaere tika me te whakau i te rangatiratanga ki Wanganui a tātou. Nā reira, i roto i ngā whānau o Ngāti Rehia, e pērā tonu ana. E pērā tonu ana te whakahaere a mātou, kia ako wa tātou tamariki ki nei mātāpono me ngā tikanga i heke iho mai ia i o tonu. Ka mutu, i tēnei wā tonu e kite ana te rāweketia o mātou e te kāwanatanga kia ngana te whakamutu atu i e rā mea. Te āhua o tō mātou whakatupu i wā mātou tamariki, te āhua o wā mātou noho. Heoi aini ka kōrero mo tērā tū āhua. Nā kia tupu ana te tamaiti, ka pakeke ake ia ki Wanganui i ona hapu, ana ka kite i te tauira o te rangatiratanga ki roto i wā tātou tangihana. Nā, ka tuku mā te taumata, te punaroi mata, te taiao tonu, e tohu āhia, tanu ai te mate, kihia, tanu ai te mate, kihia te wāhi e tika ana kia takoto ai te mate. E rā mea katoa he tika ngā whakahaere a mātou. Nā, ka wānanga te taumata, ka whakaaro ake ki ngā whakapapa, ka kitea ngā tohu i roto i ngā raupuriri, ka rapa atu ki ngā pātu o ngā whare, ka tirohia te taipina e timu ana e pari ana, āhia te wai e tika ana kia haere. E nā tū āhua katoa, he mea whakamahia e mātou te Māori, mātou Ngāti Rehia, i ngā hui katoa. Hakoa te hiehia, hakoa te ngana, o te kāwanatanga, ngā te whakatūture kia mea atu me pēnei te āhua o te tanu i tō mate, me pēhea te āhua o tō whakahaere i tō tangihana, me pēnei te āhua o tō whakahaere i o Marae. Kei reira tonu, mātou e utonu ana ki e rā mātāpono. Ko te tangihana tētahi tauira pai o tēnā, i te mea kite ana i te rangatiratanga o ngā mahi. Me te whakaaro nui ki e rā tikanga i kōrerohia e au mo te whakapapa, te reo, ngā wānanga, te āhua o te noho hei ahi kā, te whanaungatanga. Pēnā ka neke ka nuke atu mai tētahi whare ki tētahi whare, me mōhio ki e rā mea e tui ai, anā he ture papa Māori tērā. Nā, ko kitea e rā whanaungatanga me e rā herenga ki Wanganui ngā mahitahi i Wanganui ngā hapu. Ka kore ahau e tau mai ki roto i tēnei whare tohu kia Ngāti Kaua, Ngāti Rāhiri, me pēnei koe i roto i tēnei whare. I te mea e mōhio ana hau, ko te rangatiratanga o tōku hapu kai au, ko te rangatiratanga o tēnei hapu kai a rātou. E hare te mea ko te rangatiratanga o ngā hapu he mea tuki ki Wanganui a rātou kao. E rangi ko te whakaute ki Wanganui ngā hapu me te mōhio me pēhea te mahitahi. I te mea i ona wā ki hai a mātou e wehe mā ngā rārangi i runga i te mahere i runga i te pepa. Kao, he mea tui kē tātou i roto i ngā whakapapa. Nā e rā mōhio ka rere kē rawa te tirohanga o tēnei mea te hapu rangatiratanga. I te mea mōhio ana tātou, kei reira tētahi ki tai, kei reira tētahi ki uta. Kei reira ngā kumara, kei reira ngā ika. E rā tauira katoa, ka mutu e pēnā tonu ana ki Wanganui i ngā hapu. Ki te haere atu koe ki roto i tētahi anō hapu ki te kohi kai, ki te whakahaere kaupapa. E tika ana, kia pērā rawa te mahitahi o te whakapapa. Hakoa te hiahia o te krauna kia Kia wehe rawa tātou, kia marama tā rātou ki te mai tērā maunga ki tērā awa, ana te rohe o tētahi hapu. E kao, ka kore rawa e pērā te rangatiratanga o te hapu. Mai tērā tupuna ki tērā tupuna me ngā hononga kei wainga. Mā reira tātou e kite ai te mahitahi o ngā hapu. Nā ko kōrero hau ēnei pūnaha katoa e whakamahingia ana i ēnei wā, i whakatūria mo te whakakahore i te tirohanga Māori te take. Mo te whakakahore i ngā tikanga kua kōrero hia te take. Mo te whakakore atu i a tātou te iwi Māori te take. Ka mutu e ki te tonu ana i te pūnahe mahi ana i ana mahi i te rānei. I roto i te kaunihera, ngā kaunihera arohe nei, mā rātou e whakatau pena e pai ana kia tuku i te tūtai ki roto i wā tātou wai. Mā rātou e whakatau pena e tika ana kia hanga whare i runga i o tātou ake whenua. Mā rātou e whakatau pena e pai ana kia mahi tahi kia mātou ngā hapu. E pena ka mahi tika atu rātou, pena ka tuku imera nahe nei rātou. Mā rātou hoki e whakatau te āhua o te whakamahia i o mātou whenua. Pena raini e tai ana te tui runga i o mātou whenua. Ka mutu ka mihia hau ki te taitokerau i whakatau kia mautonu mai ngā wāri Māori ki Wanganui i a mātou o ngā kāinga nei. E kite ana i te hiahia nui o tēnei rohe, kia tika te mahitahi. E rangi māku e ki atu ko te nui o ngā hua kua tau ki te Māori, he mea puta nā te whakapau kaha o te Māori ki roto i era wāhi. E hari te mea he hua nā te pūnaha. He hua nā te whakapau wera a aua tāngata e mahi nui ana ki roto i era wāhi. Ka mutu ki hai ngā tupuna i haina i te tiriti, i te whakaputanga, kia kawe ake o tātou uri i ngā haipapa nui a te krauna mo te taha ki a rātou, te wahanga ki a rātou i roto i era kawenata. Nā e pēnā ana te poke anei o tātou uri, e kawe ana i te taha ki te krauna. He oi kāroha ki o tātou whanaunga. Kāroha, kā nui te taimaha o wera mahi. Ka mutu ka mihi ahau kia rātou. Ki tō tātou tūngāne, kia moko, kia whāheura, kia tāmati, kia whāchiki, ki taku tuakana tonu ki te aroha nui. I te mea e mohio ana tātou, he nui te kawenga. He nui te kawenga. Hako te pai o te kite atu i era mata Māori ki roto i era wāhi, e hari te mea mā era e tutuki ai ngā whāinga o te tiriti o Waitangi. He oi ko e nā ki te ngai ki te tonu te ana ki roto i te kāwanatanga. Anō ko te rāweke o te kāwanatanga ki roto i wā mātou whakahaere, ko tai ki tua o wiriwiri, ki tua o tāwauwau. Ka tahi te whakahihi. Tō rātou hia whakamā, nā tēnei kāwanatanga i tēnei wā tonu. E ai kia rātou, mā rātou whakatau, ka pēhia te whakamahi i tō tātou reo. Ka pēhia te whakaako i te tiriti o Waitangi. Ka pēhia te whakahaere i wā mātou tikanga. Me āmene atu ki te pare matapene pai ai te tuku i te krakia. Ka pērā rawa te kino. Ka mutu mā rātou tonu e whakatau pena kua tika tō rangatira hei kōrero tahi māna. Mā rātou era katoa, mo te wahanga ki te mahitahi, mā te krauna tonu e whakatau pena ko koe te hoa pai mōna. Nā, ki hai wā mātou kawenata i whakai kia pira. Ki hai wā mātou tupuna i haina i aua kawenata i runga i te whakapai, ai ka noho hei papa akuri. Ko akuri kei raro. Ki hai pērā rawa ngā whakaro ngā tupuna. Ka mutu ko enei rā weke tanga i tō tātou tiriti, tētahi o ngā... He hāmene nui tērā. He hāmene nui tērā. E oi tērā pōhe, he tērā e tāia nei te kāwanatanga, te meinga ki te Māori, ka pēhia e tūrangatira ai i tōna ake whenua. Ka tahi te takahi, ki te whakaaro ake tātou mō ngā takahinga tiriti, ko tō rātou whakaaro ake, tāi ane e rātou, ka tahi te takahi. Mo te taha ki ngā mōtika tāngata, ki hai te tiriti, ki hai he whakaputanga i whakai kia whakawhenumitia te iwi Māori hei tauiwi. Kia rite ngā mōtika o ngā Māori i tā te tauiwi. Kā. Kia hoki atu ki ngā kōrero i whakapuakitia i te timatanga, ngā kupu i puare i te wā i haina ake ai te tiriti o Waitangi. Kāore rawa e tuku mā tētahi atu hei kai whakahaere i a mātou. Ka mutu i reira. Heoi, ko te pātai ia ka pēhia te tikanga me te ture papa e mahi tahi ai. Tērā te tahi pātai e karawhiu ana. Kia pēnei ake pēa taku kōrero, i roto i ngā tau, kua meatia, kua rāweketia ngā tikanga, e pai ai te o te tikanga ki roto i te pūnaha Pākehā, ki roto i ngā whakahaere Pākehā, i ngā whakahaere Krauna. Kāore anō ngā tukanga, kia rāweke-weketia e pai ai tā rātou marama o mahitahi ki ngā tikanga Māori. Ka mutu, kia kaua tātou e mate ki te kimi i te kauhanga nui ki Wainganui i enei mea e rua. I Wainganui i te ture papa o Aotearoa me ngā tikanga a ngā hapu. Me pono tātou, horekau enei mea e rua i te rite, horekau i te hāngai. No aoke, raua tahi. He motuhake, tā tēnā, tā tēnā. Ka mutu kia tika te mea atu, kei tēnā taha ana tukanga, kei tērā taha ana tikanga. Heoi hei anga whakamua kia whai wāhi mai ngā whakaaro, mo te hanga mai o tētahi ture papa e tika ai ngā whakahaere ki roto o Aotearoa nei. He ture papa hau. Māku e me atu, e pai ai te anga whakamua me mutu tā te kāwanatanga mahitāmi. Me mutu te mahitāmi. Ka nui te taimaha e tauana ki i runga i a tātou. Enei momo huihuinga tonu. Nā hoki atu ki te kaupare ake i ngā tūkinotanga, te kāwanatanga, kaore anō mātou, ngā hapu, kia whai wā te ata wānanga i ngā kōrero kua puta ke i a whai a makere mo te hanga mai i wā mātou ake pūnaha i te mea ko tā mātou he kaupare ake i ngā tūkino e tauana ki runga i a mātou. Nā reira me mutu atu e rā mahi. E tāia e mātou te tīmata, te pohewa, te whakaaro ake ki tētahi anō āhuaranga e tika ai tā mātou, a whakahaere a mātou anō kamutu e pai ai tā te kāwanatanga hoki whakamuri. Me whai hoki te krauna i ngā tauira i tā wāhi. Kei reira ko etahi whenua e mutu atu ana te hanga mai i ngā ture e rāweke ana i te ture papa o e rā whenua. Kua mutu etahi te mahi mai i rā ture. Nā, me pērā hoki te kāwanatanga nei. Kaua e whakarite mai i ngā ture, e rāweke nei i te ture papa o Aotearoa, e takahi nei i te tiriti o Waitangi, kia mutu ke te wahanga ki te Māori, mo te āhua ki te whakarite. Kia whai wā mātou te wānanga i te āhua o te rangatiratanga me te taha ki te mahitahi ki ngā whakahaere i te Aotearoa e noho nei tātou i tēnei wā. Ka mutu kia whai wā anō mātou te whakatutuki i ngā whainga te tiriti o Waitangi i te whakaputanga. Kia whai wā hoki mātou te whakatutuki i te whakakitenga a mātike mai. Kei reira pēr he timatanga mā tātou i roto i enei kōrerohanga. Hoi, kua taupea ki raro pēnā he pātai mo i rā kōrero.
Ai kāti, tuatai kei te miha. Kei te miha tiki a koe i whakapua ki ngā okororo i roti i tō tātou reo rangatira. Tēnā rau atu koe. Ai, tēnei wiki ia rā, ka rongo mātou, kāre a ngā puhi, a Ngāti Rehia, a ngā hapu katoa o tēnei rohe I tuku te mana whakahaere ki te tei atu. Mārama kia mātou, te tribunal. Hoi anō, ko taku pātai e pāna ki te kupu I kia nei e koe ko te kawenata. I me mai koe ko te tiriti me he whakaputanga, he kawenata ki a koutou o Ngāti Rāhiri. Hea te tikanga o taua kupu ki a koe ki a koutou. Ngāti Rehia.
Nā, ko tērā tonu, he kawenata tapu. Koia tā mātou o ngā apuhi whānui te ki atu, ko he whakaputanga, ko te tiriti o Waitangi, he kawenata tapu I te mea e mainga ana o mātou mātua tupuna I tērā wā, anei tētahi ara, anei tētahi kōrero, hei whakaputa atu ki te ao whānui, I reira ka ki ake he kawenata.
I pērā I ngā kawenata I roto I te paipera tapu.
Ko te, I roto I aua wā, I mōhio te Māori ki te reo Pāke I roto mai I te paipera tapu. E rangi, he rereke anō tēnei, I te mea, he whakaputanga I whakaputa atu ai te rangatiratanga o mātou ngā hapu, ki te ao. Nā, e hara I te mea I tohe mo te āhua ki a mātou, e hara I te mea mā he whakaputanga mātou e rangatira ai I rangatira ke mātou. Nā, me te mea nei, ngā pena ka waitohu tō rangatira I tētahi mea, kua tapu tērā mea. Kua pērā rau, kua mau te tapu ki tērā mea, ki te waitohu te mea rā. Nā, he whakaputanga ka kia ka whakaputa atu ki te ao whānui. Ko te tiriti o Waitangi, te waimaritanga mai o tiwi Pākehā ki Wanganui a mātou. Nā, e kia ana he kawenata tapu I te mea nā o mātua tupuna I whakai atu kia haina kia waitohu I rā mea. Ana ko tērā ki au.
Mārama, ko te waitohu me te kupu a te rangatira kāre tae te whati. Pēnā I te kawenata tapu I roti te paipera tapu, kāre, meme he kawenata tapu, kāre te tangata e taia te whati I taua kawenata tapu. Nā te mea ko te atua, kai te titiro mai. Koera taku pātai ki a koutou.
E tiro ana ngā atua.
Tika. Ka reo I ki, ko te whē atua.
Morena, Kevin, e pātai wahau.
Ai, pātai ki anu aku e pāna ki te, ka tae koe te, totahi ka mihi au ki a koe tautoko na ngā mihi a Monty ki a koe mo tō haka aturanga I tō tātou reo rangatira. Ko te pātai kia tāko ngā pātai mea e pātai ana he aha nei ka tae koe te haka huahua e ahanga mahi tāmi e koro nei koe kia tae te whakatakoto roto I te mākoe tui I roto I tāko ngā pepa.
Ka pau katoa te rā. Ka pau katoa te rā I te nui o ngā tāmi. Heoi, ko te pōhehe e tai ana te whakarite ture, tētahi mea nui. Nā, I kōrero a hau mo te tangihana, kai reira ko ngā ture e mea ana me pēnei, te āhua o te tanu I te tupāpaku. Ko te pōhehe o te krauna e tai ana e ia te whakarite mai I enei ture, he tāmi tonu tēnā. I te mea ki hai mātou I whakai kia pēra, kia tuku I tērā whakahaere mā rātou. I roto I tēnei kāwanatanga tonu, e kite ana ko te rāweke I te reo, te ahu o te nai kite a tātou I te kreme ohotata mō tērā. I roto I tēnei kāwanatanga tonu, ko te kaipapa here, e ki ai kia he whakakahore I te tiriti ki roto I ngā kura. I roto I a rātou tonu, ko te whakakahore I ngā ara e whai tautoko ai te Māori i roto i ngā take hauora. Nā he nui no atu i roto i ngā tau e rua nahe nei ko taha ake e whakapai ana hau e pērā ana. Ka mutu, kei reira hoki tērā pātai i te mea te nui o wera mea he co-governance care. Nā reira, kei reira tērā whakaaro, pēnā raini e eke ana tā te tiriti hiahia i era mea mahitahi. E rangi ko tāku e ki nei, ko te rangatiratanga, he rangatiratanga i te whenua, i te moana, i te wai, i ngā whakahaere ngā tāngata, i te āhua ki te hauora, nā reira e kore e kapi mai ngā hiahia o te tiriti i ngā kirimana mahitahi mo tētahi take nahe nei.
Tino paena tēnā, ko mārama. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe.
Kei te mihi au ki a koe i ruku wai. Me koe i kipa. A mautu wahi o tō ārero, ne? Me tuku atu koe. Te mārama me te pakari. No reira, tēnā koutou mo tēnā kōrero kia mātou.
Si matai whangaroa, puri te taha taha, putaki purerua, reira ka huri mai, wai mate o hai wai. O tiri a tau marere, hei hei au e. Tau marere, hei hei au e. Tēnā koutou.
Tēnā koe koutou.
Morena tātou. Kari. Ka papa te whātari tiri hiko hiko te wira. Ka hukura ki te rangi he aitu ka riri rongo mai ka he. Ko ngunguru, ko ngangana, ko aparangi. Ko te titi o te rua, ko te tau whakawahine. Ko te motu motu o te riri. Te awa o ngā rangatira tau mārere here here i te riri. Te pona i kē te reki, e tū atu nei te ui o ngā puke puke rau, ti heiwa mauri ora. Kroria ki tā mātou matuni te rangi, nāna nei ngā mea katoa. Ko te marae e takoto nei, ko te whare e tū nei, tēnā kōrua. Ki ngā mate kua haere ki te ao wairoa, haere, haere, haere atu rā. Ki tātou mā te hunga ora huri noa te whare nei, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā no koutou katoa. Tēnā no koutou te tribunara, ko Rowan Kapatoku ingoa e tuake nei i mua i a koutou anō mō tēnei wāhanga. O te kreme wai, ko tahi mano rima rau te kaumārima, wai 1515 mō taku whānau. E te kāna, I don't know, do you know how to do this? I don't know how to do this. E te kāna ki te whakatakotoa te whakapapa e pāna o tēnei kreme, hei whakamāramatia, ko wai te kai kōrero e tuake nei nā reira. Ko te whānau mātua o tēnei kreme, ko te kapa whānau o te whānau o Iritana Hāmi pia, me tona tangata, ko tā mātua tūpuna, ko Piriwata Matu Kapa. Tēnā koe mātua.
Ko te tātai o tēnei kōrero, I moe a he me te kapa ki a ruta, ka puta mai a matu. I moe a matu ki a erana, ka puta mai a piriwata. I moe a piriwata ki a iritana hāmi pia, ka puta mai a whakataha. I moe a whakataha ki a Miriama Erimana, ka puta mai a tarawau. Me tōna tuau whānau. Ko te kai kōrero e mua ake nei, ko au te tāmāhine a tarawau. He kai kreme anō hoki au, a hei māngai mō te whānau o iritana hāmi pia, me ona uri katoa no te huna 37B2C12, te whenua e kōrero tia nei I tēnei rā. Ka huri au I te reo tuarua. Firstly, I wish to acknowledge my father, Tarawau, who went it not for a bit of a flu, would have been pleased to be here today as well regarding our claim. In his absence, however, I'm pleased and so grateful to present here on behalf of our whānau today with the tautoko in support of his eldest brother's daughter, cousin Miriama, te ingoa o tā mātou kranima, and whanaunga Braia Tihira alongside our kōrero today. I acknowledge his relentless journey of more than 30 years carrying this kaupapa forward with his siblings and his wife, our late mother, Lucy, his eldest sister, Ihapera Edmonds, and his younger brother, Babe Kapa, so that our whānau might be heard of the significant travesties they in their lives have encountered. His perseverance is the expression of tino rangatiratanga of his dedicated latter 79 years of age. Also, while I'm not of the far greater esteemed and younger, youthful kohanga generation of recent years, I do perform an executive function within our whānau of whakapapa. English was the language we were raised in, albeit karakia and Māori, and not because te reo was absent, but because my parents taught me that a Pākehā tongue, pia rā te kōrero I tēnei taha, would be my weapon in the years to come. So it is the language, therefore, I use to defend kaupapa Māori and to challenge tikanga Pākehā where it stands unjust, cognizant in their language. Furthermore, in terms of context of my kōrero here today, when I speak as we, it is in reference to those who came before, those who stand now, and those who have yet to come. So our kōrero today begins with our great-grandmother, Iritana Hāmi Pia previous, who inherited Te Huna 37B2C through whakapapa. In marriage, she built her livelihood on that whenua for her whānau, with her husband, Piriwata, and their tamariki. It included a milking shed, garden, stock, its own marae, te rangatahi, and home life was the papakainga on the block. Te rangatahi was built to shelter the women and children, to whakaruruhau, shelter, a place of refuge and safety in those times. In 1963, under the direction of Māori Affairs, it was destroyed. The wharenui was demolished, the milking shed dumped into the puna, and their home pulled from its foundations. That act did more than remove buildings. It broke a living link between whenua, whakapapa, and whānau. For our whānau, mana motu hake is an entrenched belief system, inherited through whakapapa and expressed through daily acts of tikanga. It represents not only self-determination in a political sense, but the right and responsibility to live according to the values of our tupuna on our own whenua. On Te Huna 37B2C, mana motu hake was evident in the order and rhythm of life. So we have tikanga of place. Certain parts of the creek, the puna, various waterways were reserved for sacred purposes and common day use purposes, such as washing tupapaku for those set aside for those purposes. So these practices were maintained under the guardianship of specific kaitiaki within the whānau, ordinarily the kuia kaumatua, their grandparents, who held a knowledge of what areas were tapu and what were noa. The tamariki were taught not to disturb certain parts, to play in those areas where sacred practices took place. Then we have tikanga of sustenance. Our grandfather worked on the land as a farmer. His mother, great-grandmother, Iritana Hāmi Pia, upheld the role of provider to marae and whānau from that same whenua. In fact, there's a story, I slightly digress, a story I recall of her in doing the research for this is that, for those who might know Mr. Jack Oars in Kaikohe, he inherited or attained a piece of her whenua in exchange for the use of the phone. So that was the tantamount, her exchange was, use of the phone, well, here you are, Mr. Oars. And we see that today. So, that's the sustenance and mana of our great-grandmother. So though described as a slight woman, she was known as a tireless cultivator who drove a horse cart, hoed her own fields and harvested her own kai. Her labour and leadership fed the papakainga, the marae, and sustained the papakainga. Tikanga of care is shared. Tuhuna, or affectionately referred to them by the whānau as o kaiho, was also a papakainga of care and shelter that Te Rangatahi Wharenui provided. Tamariki of inter-hapu generations were cared for and sheltered by the extended whānau who lived on the whenua and provided that safe place for parents, mokopuna and tamariki to live free of violence, alcohol, ill treatment and abandonment with the shelter it provided. The tikanga that ensured this was intergenerational tupuna grandparenting, parenting oversight and care. So these were not acts of subsistence, they were expressions of sovereignty, whānau sovereignty, kai sovereignty, economic sovereignty. They demonstrated an independent economic and social order functioning within tikanga Māori, not dependent on the Crown intervention. That is mana motuhake in lived form. Constitutionally, mana motuhake is the rightful autonomy guaranteed under Article 2, o te tiriti, the ability of hapu and whānau to determine their own affairs, manage their resources and uphold their customs without subordination to external authority. The Crown's policies declaring the land uneconomic and imposing control through Māori affairs were direct intrusions into that autonomy. So you had mana motuhake, the inherited belief system, rooted in whakapapa and expressed through tikanga. Self-determination, the right to live by ancestral values on their own whenua. Tikanga of place, their certain waterways reserved for certain purposes, protected by tikanga kaitiaki. Tikanga of sustenance, whānau maintained their own economic independence and contributed through farming and cultivation. Tikanga of care, Te Rangatahi Wharenui provided shelter, safety and intergenerational care. Expressions of sovereignty, independent, social and economic order, not reliant on Crown. Constitutional guarantee, Article 2 of Te Tiriti, affirming their hapu and whānau autonomy, and the Crown intrusion that followed with policies that declared various lands uneconomic, imposing external control. So the principle of kāwanatanga as guaranteed under Article 1 was never intended to extinguish Māori authority. It was to provide the Crown with the right to govern its own subjects, not to usurp Māori self-governance. In our whānau's case, kāwanatanga was exercised through the machinery of the Māori Affairs Department and the consolidation schemes of the mid-20th century. Our grandfather, her son, Whakataha, held shares in multiple land blocks that were later drawn into, I don't know if I should say this, but into a development scheme under the guise of Crown assistance. Māori Affairs officials assumed management powers over our lands. If kāwanatanga had been properly applied in the spirit of Te Tiriti, it would have protected our ownership and strengthened our capacity to manage our resources instead. It functioned as an instrument of alienation, a tool for the Crown to transfer control away from owners and centralise authority in state hands. In constitutional terms, the Crown crossed the line between governance and domination. What was promised as partnership became paternalism. Moving forward to economic systems, while the electoral and local government systems played only an indirect role in our whānau's case, the economic systems established under Crown policy had direct and lasting impact. The Māori trustee and Māori affairs consolidation schemes operated under the presumption that small whānau held titles were uneconomic, as mentioned, and this label was used to justify compulsory acquisition, amalgamation and external management of Māori land. Yet the archival record and whānau oral history of our whenua show that our whānau were already economically self-sustaining. They maintained their cattle, their milking sheds, produced crops and supported marae through their labour and production. And this was a viable community-based economy grounded in tikanga and whanaungatanga. The economic failure came not from the whānau, but from the Crown's interference. The schemes diverted profits away from the original owners and into Crown-managed entities, while removing the authority of those who had lived and worked the land for generations. This was not economic development, it was economic disenfranchisement. The Māori economy at Tahuna was dismantled so that others could profit, and the whānau were left dispossessed of both income and identity. Therefore, to conclude, the kaupapa of Wai 1515 stands as a case study in how mana motuhake and kāwanatanga became unbalanced through Crown intervention. Our whānau's experience shows that the erosion of local autonomy did not happen by accident, but through deliberate administrative design. This inquiry offers the chance to restore balance, to recognise that mana motuhake is not theoretical, but practical, lived and still enduring. Nō reire te tribunal ngā rangatira o te whare nei, me ngā roia, me ngā kai tono maha. He honore nui, he mana nui, kia kawea mai e nei kreme ki mua i a koutou, mō tō mātou whānau. Me te kreme hoki o taku mahi i nanahira, i whakatakoto ria i te rā i mua. Kei te tū mātou, i tēnei wā, tino hira. Hei kawe e ngā kōrero mātua, e pāna ki te mana o te tiriti o Waitangi. I wai tohua e o tātou tūpuna, me ngā māngai o te krauna, e te tau kotahi mano waru rau whātikau. He kawanata tapu, kua mau tonu mo kotahi rau waru tekau Māori mātou. Kei te u tonu mātou ki ōna wāhanga, ki tōna wairua mo te oranga o ngā uri kei te haere ake me ngā whakatupuranga i raru i ngā he o mua. Nō reira, ka tuku atu aku mahi kia koutou katoa, mō tō tātou whakaronga mai ki a mātou kōrero i roto i tēnei kaupapa nui. Ngā mahi nui. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe, thank you very much for that. I actually thought that was really helpful. It just showed what local autonomy means. My question for you is if that kind of local autonomy, you know, that kind of economic sovereignty can be restored, whether it's through a treaty settlement or not, I've got no comment. But my question is, what do you think, how do you think that should play out on the national scale?
Yeah, kia ora for that part. I think in the context of this particular inquiry, and yes, certainly in regards to our claim as it is, we're exploring those pathways in terms of what might be available in terms of the claim. But I think in the context of the constitutional inquiry, it probably leans more into an administrative look at various agencies now, because you know, on the face of it, I was actually just talking with my father last night about it, and for them, it's something that they reflect on, because while we're also having dispute constitutionally with the Crown as such, as that entity, there was also the Crown agents, who many were whānau, and that relationship leaned into a struggle, and perhaps making the transition easier, i.e. the alienating transition easier because of the Crown agents being whānau. So, you know, I think in terms of the tribunal and its scope, to be able to look at those processes, I'd probably suggest with the inquiry a review of who is responsible for those things now as those agencies. So, yeah, I mean, I'd leave that to the tribunal to discern exactly, but I think it's administrative in terms of review to prevent similar happening and continuing to happen. But I tend to also believe that we don't see that much now, and we're just alleviating much of what has happened previously, again, through the tribunal. So I hope that answers somewhat.
Yeah, thank you. And I just again wanted to thank you for your presentation. I found it very helpful. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you.
I was just thinking, we don't see that much anymore because we don't have any land.
Yeah. I think I omitted a particular name too to avoid that contention.
Your story, of course, is one that, when in terms of what Dr. Grant's question, your story can be multiplied hundreds and hundreds of times around the country.
Yeah.
And in terms of a national approach to restoring that type of economic thing, again, surely it could be maintained, it could be done in the same way it used to be done, using people's land. Monty and I come from an area where we owned our own dairy company. The tribe owned it, and it had 400 suppliers. And some of them only milked 4 cows or 5 cows, but they were suppliers who provided cream to make nati butter. Best butter in the world. We own, yeah, that's right. We ended up with a rugby team rather than a dairy factory. Kevin, kāre kore he pātai wahau.
Kaore ko pātai mi ki tautoko nunga mi ki te tamahine nei tōna nei hakaturanga. Kia ora.
Ei te tautoko au te mihi a Kevin ki a koe. Nō reira, kia ora.
Oh, kia ora. Tā mātou waiata whakamitunga. Ngā whakamoemeti, whakawhetai e hue, mō wau manakitanga e te iwi e tau nei. Ko koe te piringa, ka puta ki te oranga, e te ariki, pai mari e. E te ariki, pai mari e. Kia ora tātou.
devastating. Generation. And undermine.
kei te tūau ki te mihi ki a koe. Nā te mea I mahi tahi au me tō pāpā. Mō e hia nei ngā tau I ngā wā omua. Koe te tahi tangata, kahara wātu I te mahi I wainga I te iwi Māori me tau iwi. Koe te tahi I tarai ki tau te rangi Māria, engari, kia mōhiotia, kia kitea ngā mahi, kei te mahi he, kei te mahi. We've got our next group here. Hello, mate.
Tahanga nei e tātou mā ko te tāmatua tātou rangatira. Te tuatahi, ngā tirahiri, ngā tikaua, te nei rā, te wahapu hokianga, o koutou teinei te rānei, ka tua hunei. Ka hongi kia koitau. I te hongi ai ua tāua mātua tāua tūpuna, ko tahi anō kanuhi, ko tahi anō reo, ko tahi anō mauri, ko tahi anō wairo te rānei. Ka mihi ki ngā tohu katoa, I whakairihia nei. Kirunga te papawheni waho, kirunga I te Marae Atea. A Tangaroa. Me ngā iri ngā kōrero. E kākahu korawai nei a tātu te rangine. Ki ngā tahu. Ko ngā whakatipuranga. Ngā kōrero tuku iho. O tā moko tēnei aroto. Awo. A nei tātou hui tahine. A koe te kāwana. A hia koe whakalongo mai e. Te kautau tū mai nei kai ake ki te rua rautau. Te rua rautau. Ka hau rānoa te tei hurahi kuatahi. Ko kōrero tia mai nei koe. Ki wa mātu ki a mātou tūpuni roti te rānei. Kei hia koe huna nei. Kia hatia ka mihi ki tō tātou kāhui. Ki te tarai pinora. Me haere hau tō koutou taha. Me tiwi katoa. I te wā koutou katu ki mua ia wairani o te kāwanatanga. Tēnā pē me haka tika au wākut moko punano kia moe, kia wairani ro te kāwanatanga. Kia whaitari ngā mai e, kia whai wairua. I te hakarongo. Ki ngā mate o te iwi. Te iwi ro te rānei, e hikoi tū pāpaku ana. I roto i ngā he manuatanga, ngā tūkinotanga. A tātou noho nei, e rongo nei ta mamae, i roto a koutou ngā kau. I ngā kōrero, o hāki wa tātou mātua. Te wahanga kia mātua, kua pau te wā, hei a koutou te rākau kōrero. Hanga te tahi ao, e whai tāma roto. Ke whakarere iho koutou he tāma oranga, ki wā koutou, tamariki ki wā koutou mokopu. Anei rā ko te wahapua hoki ana. Te kuaha, te puaha, mo te whare tapu ngā pui. E kore hoki ki roto ngā kōrero, take ka tūau mo te ruwiki. I gai kei konei. Ko taua tapu, ko taua mana. Hala te mea kei roti a mātuano, kei roti ti katoa. Kei roti a koutou. Kei roto. I ngā kōrero whakapuma wa tātou mātua kia atua koe. Kia atua koe. I roto nei, i te tāmaka hoatu, maukiri mo te mata te whenua. Kia atua tāhuatanga, tō kitinga tāharani ka tāmaki mua ki a koe. Ko tau atuatanga, he mea hanga ki roti te puna, mātā puna o te aroha mutunga kore. Hala te mea ko te rangatira no i te hiningola mana koe tohuto. Ko ia tātu ko kōtiti nei, te kāwanatanga, i haere a hiningalo nei. Ki te hanga i te harani, te hanga i te harani. Timata, ke ngā mea katoa ki roti tēni me te ngāka i te puna o te aroha. Ke aroha nui tia nei koe. Ki te katoa, ka hikoe atu koe ka tāpoko nei ki mua ki tau arau. Ke mau ia koe te āhua, te hamana ora, ka tino hongi mārika. Koe e tērā ngā kōrero te whakaputinga o te tiri te Waitangi. Koe e tērā ko te puitaketanga mai te kotahitanga. Ke kotahi ai ki roti te āroha. Āro nui nei, āro roa nei, āro tiki nei, āro mutunga kore nei. Pene te me nei, a koe ko hau anu. Ko te tūru ko hau anu, ko te whare ko hau anu. Ko te manu, ko te hātu ko hau anu. I ngā mea ki tēnā te kanu, i ngā mea kāore ki tēnā i te kanohi, ngari ka rongo hia nei, ngā rongo katoa roto, ngā rongo katoa woho, ko hau anu. Mā roto i tērā wānanga, ka tahi ka kita ai, koe tēne te tūranga moku, koe tēne te tūranga moku, koe e tēne, ko te whakātūranga, wānanga, hohonutanga, o te hakaputunga me te tiri te Waitangi. Kia whenua tia tātu ki te whenua. Kia whenua tia tātu ki te rangi. Kia whenua tia tātu ki te mora ki ngā mea katoa. I te mea te tinare me hanga. No au atua katoa. No au āhuatanga katoa. Ko tā mai roti te rāne e karamu. E te tarai pinona. Mau tāma te koloro taha ki ngā tūre. Kua koloro noa te atu i rā āhuatanga katoa. Ngari mo tēni wane ka tukune wahanga ki tōku tuahine. Ka tū ngā tahi māua. I te ira a tāne me te ira a hini. Ka wānanga, koe tēnā ko te oranga mo tāti te wānanga ngā tahi. Ka ua waihe mata tāne mahi. Ka riti ki ngā kore tahi wāku kuia hore ki te haere koe me toko tahi ka ngalokoe, kore roka ngalokoe. Take, ko te tāne iai o e tahi tirohanga. Ngare kaone te tirohanga te katoa te aho. Hikoe ngā tahi koe me o kuia. Aha tia, o tuahine. Nā, ko tika tohanga. Ko tino hakaputenga mārika koe. Ko tino tiriti o Waitangi mārika koe. Ko tino tūturu hapu mārika koe. Nore kei konei. Wa māo reo eirua. Te reo Pākehā noku anu. Te reo tūpuna noku anu. Ka muti no māo tahi. Ka tukuna ki a koe te tuahi.
Ai ngā kaumātua, me ngā kuia, ngā matua, me ngā whaia, ngā kaikareme, ngā memo o te tribunal, no reira tēnā koutou huri noa a tēnā tātou. Ko Cheryl Turner tōku nei ingoa, he kaikareme mō te Y2003, along with Hone, matua John Clarisic, Alan Naira, Harare Toia, Warren Moitara, and who have I forgotten? And Fred Toy. Anō reira, tēnā koutou.
Our vision for constitutional reform rests in the foundation laid by the expression of sovereignty in he whakaputanga o ngā rangatira o New Tireni 1835 and Te Tiriti o Waitangi 1840. Hapu rangatiratanga is central to this expression of sovereignty. Through the power of hapu, hapori, marae and whānau, Māori will have agency and responsibility over their own people and tikanga or governance structures, which will be directly connected to and reflected in the flourishing of our people in Te Taiao. To illustrate this vision, we look at a counterfactual. What if he whakaputanga had been realised? What if the agreement and the promise of Te Tiriti o Waitangi had been realised? We believe that our biggest thing that would have happened if these what-ifs had been realised is that our people would have been connected to their whakapapa, their whānau, their tupuna, their babies, connected to their hapu, marae and their tūranga waiwai. And when they found themselves in need of some help in tautoko, they would have been connected to the organisations and the people that can help them. They would have been connected through tikanga Māori. But if these what-ifs had happened, like they were promised, connection would not just be felt at the personal level, connection would happen through joined-up agencies and organisations at governance levels too. Resources and support for whānau and all taonga would have been joined up because our constitution and the constitutional arrangements under Te Tiriti o Waitangi and he whakaputanga were both predicated on the flourishing of Te Taiao and tangata katoa. In outlining our vision for constitutional reform, and before we outline the history of the failures of the current constitutional arrangements, we wish to make the following clear to the tribunal. Firstly, the democratic nature of Aotearoa is undermined by a constitution that does not give sufficient voice and recognition to minority populations, which includes Māori. This means that current constitutional arrangements, irrespective of what government is in power, are never going to be honoured, and the promise of tino rangatiratanga and mana motuhake are not going to happen. Secondly, it is fundamental that local government is not left out of constitutional reform. Hapu and iwi Māori are impacted at a day-to-day level by the decisions of local government. For us, despite our enduring mana motuhake over our rohe, we have not been involved at a decision-making level on matters concerning the natural and cultural environment, including resource management that we should have been. Thirdly, it is essential that the Crown comes to the table as a matter of urgency with all hapu of Ngāpuhi to ensure we can reach a settlement and that resources and land, as has happened for other iwis across the mutu, are justly returned to our people. This is essential. This is an essential step for us being able to empower and uplift our people.
Ko te tei tūranga te kāinga, hele te me he mea whakapai, e ngali mōhio whakapono tēnei, kua riri katoa tā te marae. I roti te taitukarai. Kua riri katoa ngā kaumātua, te hunga, kei tārahi haere, i ngā mahi taumate runga te marae. Hei aha, hei whare hohipere. Hei whare kōti. Hei whare whāngai atu. I te ahuatanga o ngā momo kai kei roti ngā tarika o ratanga i te wāni. Koe riri katoa e tū ritean penia mātiro te wahapu nei. Te mahitahi ki ngā tarika o ratanga kato. Ko te mateke, ka hore te tahi ke te hono kia mātu. Me haere mātu ki te raku. Ka me te runga te tāma, ka ringa te te whauri, ka loo te tehi mihi, whakauti i āpoi. Tōna tika me haere mai rāti ki te tatau tō mātou mulai, ka tino pōwhiri mārika. Me te mea kia rāti e noho tāu. Take, he oranga kei roto ringa, he oranga kei roto oku. Mā tō tāma whānei katoa i te hunga nei, e matingi ani tā harani, ka ora. Ka ora te whenua, ka ora te whānei, ka ora te tāna, ka ora ngā whakatupura. I ro te rāne, noho wehe ana. Matua, konei, matuhone, konei.
When, bring him up, when? Uncle.
Oh, the tribunal. Wai tērā tō mātai tō tātou rangatiratanga. Hala te mea ka tatari, kia riri mai. Kia tā mai rātou, ki te kēti te tomokango te mai ātia. Mā koutu te taraipuna rātou tono mai. A wins mā, a corrections mā, a kōti mā kia tā mai te mea kua rite māti te mahitahi. Hei oranga mo te hunga noho nei ki roti tō mātou taki wahapa. Whee wahapa. Koe rei. Ki te kōrero te Wananga tahi. I roti te rā ko tahi kōti te tahi kaupapa a tāhua. Kua pahureke tātou ki te 2 rautau. Hala kau he kaupapa kotahi. O te kotahi tanga nei. Ngā ringaringa tini nei roto i te tahi ki te kotahi. Hei aha, hei whāngai te oranga. Hala te mea whāngai te teka. Hala te mea whāngai te mamai. Hala te mea whāngai i te tahi. E tai mahatanga ki mu te iwi. Te wānei, koe tere ngā tai mahatanga i mu te iwi. O ku whanau ngā katoa, ko ki katoa te whanehere. Ko ki katoa te kōti. Haere kouti te kōti tēni rānei. Ka kore ki te he pāke neira. Ko te nui ngā kōku anu. Ko tātou anu. Me te tangi o te ngākau. Ko te kāwanatanga anō, kei te hoati te mana whakahaere. Ki te tahi tūre. Ka hore ritinga, tika ngā kei roto. Ka tino patua marika. Koe au ka ki nei, e haere tūpāpaku nei. Take potonoa ki te wā. Mo te tangata mo te whenua, ka pere ngā tika ngā oranga mōna. E kore eke ki te kaumātutanga tō mātou, te kaumātu noho nei. Tata ki te rautau, tōna kaumātuatanga. Nō re tātou mā, koutou mai te tarai pirunga. Haka mahia ngā marae. Whakamahia ngā hapu. E tūane, e rite mārikāna. Mō tāhua, o taua taurehere, ke here te ai, ke mahi kotahi ai. Koe tere ko te kotahitanga, ko whakairohia nei ki te rikara. Ko whakairohia nei ki roti ngā marae katoa, ngā whare katoa roti ngā puhi nuitoni, roti te taitonga rau katoa. Anei rā, e tau nei.
I just want to acknowledge our kaumātua John Clarisich. Laying the foundational constitutional history in Y1040. We briefly want to provide some historical foundation to our kōrero. Te Wahapū's rangatiratanga was alive at the signing of He Whakaputanga and Te Tiriti in 1835 and 1840 respectively, and has been maintained by the autonomy of Marae across the rohe. Our tupuna in signing He Whakaputanga and Te Tiriti intended to continue our enduring mana motuhake over our rohe. He Whakaputanga was a declaration of Māori's sovereignty, specifically the pre-existing rights of hapu, who at that point were the central economic and political unit of Māori society, to continue to exercise their rights and responsibilities in accordance with tikanga and rangatiratanga. Our tupuna signed Te Tiriti in 1840, but this was not a cessation of sovereignty. In the absence of our tupuna setting sovereignty, our views on constitutional arrangements are predicated on our local tikanga. Our whānau from Te Wahapū have engaged in many Waitangi Tribunal inquiries, including the Y1040 Northland Inquiry. Te paparahi o Te Raki Tribunal reports did acknowledge that our tupuna did not cede sovereignty in signing Te Tiriti. However, disappointingly, the recommendations of these reports, including the transfer of land, economic compensation, and discussions to determine constitutional processes within Te Tai Tokerau, have not been actioned by the Crown. Therefore, one of the reasons that we are here today in this constitutional inquiry is that because the Crown has not actioned these recommendations, and accordingly the impacts of these failures persist.
Koretake. I te mea ko te hininga loke ko te kaikawe i te kawana. Me hoki ki te wairuataka, me hoki ki te ngākai, me hoki ki te pūmanau, me hoki ki ngā kōrero, o tātou klani, o tātou kuia.
How are constitutional failures reflected in health justice for our people? This inquiry, whilst it is concerned with constitutional issues in Aotearoa, should not be abstract legal inquiry. From our perspective, constitutional issues are played out and are reflected at the whānau and hapu level, and this inquiry must not forget that. This is even more so for us in Te Wahapū because we are not one of the big iwi players who have the resources behind us to be less impacted by constitutional or governance decisions of the Crown. In fact, every decision of the Crown, from the changes to the Resource Management Act to the minimum wage and the cost of medicines, impact our whānau. Constitutional issues affect our people and te taiao within the rohe of Te Wahapū in a variety of ways. However, we want to illustrate three connected examples within the health, education and justice system. Firstly, within the health system, it is clear that the government has neglected our community. I am a registered nurse at Hokianga Health, and we provide a fundamental primary healthcare service to the wider Hokianga community. Hauora Hokianga is the main health provider in the rohe of Te Wahapū, with trustee representatives for areas that fall under the rohe and mana of our hapū. We have been chronically underfunded since 1992 when we were established, and as a result, despite our best efforts, health equities within our rohe persist. I mean, a classic example of this is the chronic health issues within Hokianga versus the national Māori and rural averages for, diabetes, respiratory disease, cancer. Hokianga is top of the table. We're the top. We're actually even higher than the other rural Māori communities. The reason why this example of health is important to raise in this inquiry is that health, whilst not the first thing that comes to mind when talking about issues of constitutional reform, is central for two reasons. Firstly, patient engagement with our public healthcare system, despite its underfunding, is one of the key touch points that the public have with the state. Secondly, hauora Māori is a taonga, and through Article 2 of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, Māori were guaranteed tino rangatiratanga over all taonga. We come back to our what-if counterfactual. If the promise of Te Tiriti o Waitangi had been honoured within our constitutional structures in Aotearoa, Māori health would not be in the dire position it is today. If we lose our hospital, we lose our community. Our people want to return home, and there is progressively less and less for them to return home to. The same goes for our schools.
E te tarai pinora, I konei mātou, I te tāma, I tū, I klanga hia te hui, mo te whakairi, I te aka whaiora. I konei kinunga, I tō tāte papa whenua. Mo te whakairi, hale te mea, kia tanu mea hei tū pāwaka. Mo te whakairi, hea momo whakamoe tērā. Ke tiki nā tua noa ai. Take, ko te aka whaiora, ko i tera ko te tirohanga o te ngākau. Tāra e tau kōrero. E ngā marae whakariri kouti au koutou. Ka tai ti māti te huitahi kia koutou, me te hoatu i kōru kia koutou. Ma koutou anō, koutou e whakaora. Ko i tera te ki a te aka whaiora. Ka tūtō mātou ringa, ka tā mai rā te ko homai, he rawa. Ka pēra katoa I te mate hoipere, a horo hokia. Ka tai ka tini e te kawanatanga. Ka haere ko te kawanatanga. Muitu, tana, tūkino hea nei, I te aka whaiora. Ka poroa, mate nei. I ngā kaupapa, romoa, ngā tikanga, mo te whakaora te hinua, mo te katoa te tinana. Ko rereke te tirohanga o te haura pākeha. Ki te oranga te tina. Tō tāua tirohanga, me hoki ki te oneora. Me hoki ki te rangi. Me hoki ki taua one kura. I poke mai ai, I rangi a te rāna. Ki te wairuatanga, ki te whanauatanga, ki te whakapapa, ki tō tūhonatanga, ki o tūhono anō koe ki tau nei ā. Hei oranga mau. Koe e tēne ko tāura nui o tāka whaiora. Ka rongo te ingoa, tera ingoa, aka whaiora. He aka ki te rangi. He aka ki te whenua. Koe tere tō tāte tūturuitanga. E te tarai pinora, kei kone ana ko tāka whaiora, e iri nei ki ngā pātu. O te papa Waitangi. Hele te mea ko tūpāpaku I te hi o te kaonata. Nā ngā tika o te kāinga ka menga nei waiho, ka tiki nā tu tōna wā. Kei kona tikina. Whakatūri anō. Ke ea, ke tutuki, ngā kōrero roto, te hakaputinga me te tiri te Waitangi. Ka huri kia.
Overall, we are seeing failures in connected and well-resourced government agencies. We have realised that despite these issues that we face and the harm to our people, no one is coming to help us. How do we achieve constitutional reform? We now move from what our vision for constitutional reform is to how we get there. Firstly, achieving constitutional reform relies on kotahitanga and collectivism, working together to achieve a collected society. Secondly, he whakaputanga and te tiriti not only provided the foundation for what constitutional reform should look like, but they also provide the foundation for the process of constitutional reform. What we mean by this is, 1, reimagined and reformed constitutional arrangements should be unique to Aotearoa, notwithstanding the opportunity to engage with models of constitutionalism from overseas. We believe the vision needs to be true to this whenua. 2, furthermore, we don't need to reinvent the wheel to imagine the process of constitutional reform, because there have been processes like Mātike Mai, of imagining constitutional reform which helpfully provide the blueprint. The models proposed through the process of Mātike Mai address the opportunity for reimagined constitution and governance systems. And for this reason, we think that it offers an important and well-researched pathway forward. Furthermore, although it is sadly no longer, the vision and structure of Te Aka Whai Order provided a glimmer of hope into the constitutional reform, what the constitutional reform could have looked like for Hauora. From our perspective, Te Aka Whai Order provided the following for Hauora Hokianga. 1, a pathway for provision for rongoa services through taumata rongoa. 2, a Hauora service that is complementary to Western healthcare. 3, funding contracts which enabled the expansion of resources and healthcare services, such as Hine Kōpū service, which educates expecting mama on their haputanga. And 4, funding contracts which enabled the employment of additional kaimahi and kairongoa and to implement expanding healthcare services. We understand that there has been, as we have been engaged in, a separate inquiry into this disestablishment of Te Aka Whai Order. The reason why we bring it up here today is that Te Aka Whai Order is an important structure and organisation for this inquiry, because it is symbolic of the opportunity for the power and decision-making to be shared, and for tikanga Māori to be valued within the wider system.
E te tribunal here, tō tātou ka oratanga whakalungo mai ai. Tēnā pē oku mate anō, ngā mea ka mate tamariki. Ngā momo kohurutanga, ko ngā momo tangata mo ngā te whanengana paki o rātona, tēnā pē wa mate pēra, ngā mea mate wawe nei, mate tamariki nei. Tēnā pē māku mau katoa aka tūpapa, ki pōne ke takotoe. Ke kite ai, i te haeringa maumau o te tangata, i mua noa ki tōna tāimi, i tōna wā, ngā mate roto, ngā kohurutanga, ia wiki, e tārona ana te tahi, o tā te whanau manu i a rātoa. Ngā teha, ngā te maronga o te honanga ki te tuturutanga. Ko Te Aka Whai Order, koe i tēnā ko te tahi rongoa a wairua nei. I roto i te tapu o rātou kupu, mā rātou, e whakatika alunga, ko te kawana, ke ora katoa laru. Take kei roto tātu te whare kotahi, i te ao kotahi.
Thirdly, to reiterate a point we made earlier, constitutional reform must involve the strengthening of whānau and hapu, so that each hapu and with that whānau can become responsible for their people. Rangatiratanga is the key ingredient. The Crown must assist Ngāpuhi to prioritise a settlement. This is key for us to be able to progress as a people and be able to realise and enhance our own governance and tikanga. The Crown's reluctance to do anything about it is harming our people. This mahi needs to be urgently prioritised. We can't wait for the Crown to do this in our mokopuna's lifetime. This needs to happen in our lifetime. And I just want to bring a point to a few of the kaumātu and queer that I can see here, that we started this hikoi way back like 25 years ago, and there's only a few remaining. Absolutely, and you know, it's going to happen in our mokopuna's lifetime. Like, oh heck no, let's do it now. Where are we? Finally, the inquiry cannot just be concerned with abstract and legal issues which in turn take years, if not decades, to be affected. there are practical and important steps that can be taken to get the ball rolling. These include connecting te wahapu and hapu across the country to government agencies so that they can help our whānau in times of need navigate the complex social service system. Our whānau can't afford to spend hours and hours waiting on the phone for someone to answer and then be dismissed, when they have a hapu that can be resourced to be that conduit and provide the support they need.
Ko i tēnei ko tō tātou kawanatanga, tō tātou pare mat, kei o tātou marae. Ohi pere, whare karekia, whare mo ngā mea katoa e tauana ki ngā, kia tāua, ki tēni mea ki te tangata. Whare kura, era mea katoa kei roti te whare gotai. Kei runga o tātou marae. O tātou pātū watawata. Ka mutu, kei roto ngā papakāinga, tōna tikanga. Ko tā marae ki ritano ki ngā papakāinga noho nei, ka tini whanau. Tō tātou mōiotanga, e tae anō atu tō tātou tiaki a tātua. Ke mutai te pōhara, ke mutai te tūkino te tahi. Ke mutai te, ko te noho kore whai kāinga. Ke mutai te whāngai atu, ngā momo kai ki kino nei, ko te waipiro. Kaore te tahi mga ro te Aotearoa i whakae. Ke tāmai te waipiro, ki roti i tōna anō takiru. Ngari kei kona whāngai atu. Ia rā, pigi traka, tāmai ki neki koe ia mātou, whāngai atu. Hei aha. Hea te taki. Hea nā te aroha. Ko te mūnia. Ko te whakamana mana i te tahi tangata ke noho ai e ki runga i te tahi taumata kotahi. Me te kuare o tēne āhuatanga i te mea. Ka taka koe ki roti te poko kotahi. I tō mate. Hea te hua kia pēra. I roto i a tātou tikanga. Ko tahi anō taumata. Kaore tangata kei runga. Haere ngā tahi, haere ngā tahi nei. Ka rongo tētahi te tahi. I ngā mea katoa e pānai tētahi ki te tahi. Ki te rarurari te tahi, ka rarurari te katoa. Ki te ora te tahi, ka ora te katoa. Koe tēra ko tahi tango te tina.
Resourcing and empowering Te Wahapu to work closely with local government on decisions that impact our taiao and our whānau more broadly. And in summary, Aotearoa is in urgent need of constitutional reform, specifically reform which is grounded in he whakaputanga and te tiriti. If there is one word that sums up our vision and what constitutional reform would be or do for our people, it is connected. Whilst we need constitutional reform, we cannot afford to wait more years, if not decades, for change. Therefore, few simple actions today could have a significant positive impact for our hapu. Nō reira, tēnā koutou.
Matu hore tahi tāma mōna. Matu hore tahi tāma tahi mene. E wai kupu tāi matua. Nō ke kite te ao.
Kia ora koutou e te whare, tēnā rā koutou. People, I never came to talk today, I came to see. Could I just say to all of us, listening to all the words, the past is our future. And if we can hold on to that and pick up what is the best out of the past to take it to the present and into the future, we'll be far better off. The one thing we must never ever put aside is that to be able to perceive, to see, to hear is the greatest gift that anyone can have. It's the gift of life itself. And I just want to leave it at that. So thank you, people.
Uia te patai me ko wai a haue he uri no rahiri taura moko i runga e tūne
ki a ngā whakapō karakia e pai aka o te riri te kawa o rahiri e.
O te pauka ko te mauri tēni Ngāti Whārara, ka pau anō ki ngā tapu ai. Ngā tapu ai tupuna, ngā tapu ai matua. Tū mai te toki ia hau miahu, iei!
Tai ki e!
Ngāti Rāhiri, Ngāti Kaua, tēni rā, ka tuahu atu nei. Kia ora mai no tātou.
Tēnā koutou. Tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou te rōpū kua tai mai. Mai e mātou o te rōpū whakamana. Tēnā koutou katoa. I just wanted to thank you for that presentation and express how we will be able to use that, and thank you very much for putting the time and effort into it. I wanted to ask a question about your original statement of position. Do you have a copy here?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, I'll read it to you. It's paragraph 13. It says, constitutional reform should embrace the relationality within the natural world and the whakapapa connections that bind us together as tangata and to our taiao, and core principles of tikanga, including but not limited to manaakitanga, wairuatanga and kaitiakitanga, emerge from this whakapapa relationship. This statement of position was written by Cheryl. So are you wanting us to take this into account as well as the presentation today?
Absolutely.
Okay. And what I just read to you is a development of a theme we'd explored earlier in the week with another speaker about the key differences between Māori notions of constitutionality and I guess what we hear from the Crown in their statement of the core principles that underpin the Crown's notions of constitutionality. And that is this notion of relational links, both to the natural world and to each other. And we heard it a bit from our first speaker this morning, when she talked about the importance of building links between hapu before you have the right to enter and participate in each other's business. So if I could summarise it that way. So what I'm asking really is, do you see that as a core difference or something that, well, that's the question really.
And are you talking about the difference between the way that the Pākehā sees constitution and the way that the Māori sees it?
The way the Crown sees constitutionalism.
The way the Crown sees constitutionalism, of course, is their way. And it has been their way, and we don't know any other way except our way. So I suppose, that's probably what I would say. The question I suppose too that I would ask is, would they see our way of seeing constitution? Would they see that? No, they wouldn't. So it's going to be a hard task, I suppose, to merge the two. Very hard. For us, it'd be easy. We live it, we breathe it, we feel it, we see it. For the Crown, they don't. They live and see and breathe what they see over wherever their constitution comes from. But for us, we've lived it. We're still living it. Kia ora.
Ai, kia ora, koutou kare aku pātai, hoeno, e mihi ki a koutou, e te rangatira, koro tahi o koro kupu, I wero mai ki te hinengaro, I wero mai ki te ngākau. Nā reira kei te mihi atu ki a koutou katoa. Tēnā hoki koe hone, John. Tērā tētai John Clara Chichi he he mana mo te pauhere taonga i ngā, ko koe tēnā. I was on, you were our chair and I was on the board many, many years ago, about 2000, 1999, Monty Suter. Ngā mihi nui ki a koe.
Kevin, mena kei kona koe, pātai waha.
I just want to apologise. Partway through Raywin's presentation, the sound went off from you, so I couldn't hear anything, and it only came back on just before Cheryl started speaking. So I apologise for that, but I've no questions, but just endorse what other the speakers have said before about the presentation. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, tēnā.
Been meaning to meet you a long, long while. Too many good things to throw everything out. Come on.
Aroha mi kia tātou katoa, aroha mi te mapore. Aroha mi te mapore.
Kia ora tātou. Before we start on, before we take the next group, I think we'll break for morning tea. We'll break with tradition and be early for morning tea. We'll see how good the cooks are, when we turn up. Anyway, we have morning tea. I just want to remind you that there are people here from the Ministry of Justice who might be able to assist you with any expenses you had. There they are there. They're loaded with money and they want you to... Okay, now we'll be back here. Because we're breaking early, we're coming back early. So we'll be back at 11:25. I live in hope. Ara mai mere.
Kia ora tātou. He honore tēnei homainga he 5 miniti kau. Tai ki te 5 miniti me parere mai koutou. Anyway, honoi tēnā tātou katoa, tēnā koutou te tribunal. Thank you for giving me this time. Me ata tuhi au waku pānu e rua. E mihi atuana kia Ngāti Rehi ai tā rātou tīmata i tā tātou hui tēnei ata, mo te haere tahi mai o te kaumātua ki te ārahi i wana tamāhine. He tino tikanga tērā, i roto i taku kōrero, hore kaunga hunga nei e mōhio ana, engari e kōrero anō tēnā kei roto i tērā tuhinga. And the coincidence about that being Ngāti Rehia, whom I've just been talking to, and they're still in the kitchen, so ma te taumata e maua tu te aroha kia rātou. When I went on this particular journey, the kaumātua that saw me through to the end, if there is an end, were from Ngāti Rehia, and those are Tu Auahiroa Kemp and Wiremu Heihei, or Bill Heihei, as most of us know him by. And so I wanted to acknowledge them in standing here, knowing that they opened our day today. And it's important for me to speak today because my constitutional issue is that my relationship with the Crown is based on he whakaputanga. Koia tērā ko tōku ngā puhitanga. How we conduct ourselves through he whakaminenga, holding Wananga, from then and up until now, ahatia hore kei te āhua piwoiwoi tō tātou waka mo te whakaminenga i tēnei wā, ahatia kei te haere tonu, kei te kawengia tonu, kia ū. A te wā ka tika anō te haere o te hoe. He whakaputanga acknowledges our own mana as Māori amongst ourselves. Whether others signed it or not, it doesn't matter. They're a part of it. There is room for them to come on. Nā ngā puhi te initiative. Paiana tērā, engari ko tukua ki te ao, ko rongo te ao, tērā te kōrero mo tātou katoa ngā Māori katoa putanua hihia nei kake mai ki roto i te waka, ki te hoetahi te waka. He koha tērā nā tātou ne. Anyway, it's also a statement that Māori hold the mana of all things in Aotearoa. The subsequent relationship that came out of that, being the Tiriti o Waitangi, is an implicit acceptance that Māori hold the mana in Aotearoa. Hore kau I tuatu. So, my second point, I only want to make 2 points. The second point is, I don't have a claim, and nor do I want one. I want to stand in my whare as Ngāti Rahiri, Ngāti Kaua. And what's been done, it can't be altered. But what I want to do is just indicate that 31 years ago, I took out a court case. It's in the High Court in Whangarei, based on he whakaputanga. And all over buying a house and being a solo mum, not having the resources to do certain things. And it was at the time of the transition of, Māori affairs to what happened, and then we're now into Te Puni Kōkiri. But my claim to the High Court was based on he whakaputanga. So, I know I've only got about a minute left. Tēnā koutou I te tribunal, koe tēnei ko taku kēhi, kei roto I te pepa nei, I taku mōhio kei te taimahata koutou hoki, ka hoatungia te mea ko tahi, ka whakapātua nau ki te hōhonutanga o ngā āhua kei roto, mā koe tuku atu. And whilst I'm here, I want to acknowledge Hone Sadler, because why I'm mihi to Ngāti Rehia this morning is every step of the way since I began this journey, I've had kaumātua pop up unexpectedly or just shown to me, and the way has been cleared with kaumātua. And even though I'm no longer the young Māori woman that took out the case, I am still young, and now Hone's popped up and invited me 2 weeks ago. So I haven't actually had the time to put this as right as I would like it to be before I hand it over. But I know you don't know what I'm talking about, so I've got to give you one copy at least, and I'll fix it up and then send it on through your tribunal. But I wish you the best of luck. I'm sure you're going to find it extremely exciting. One of the highlights was actually taking it on appeal to the Court of Appeal, and Sir Robin Cook, as he then was presiding. And I did have a counsel in the back, you know, schooling me up, but I actually did most of the work, and with help. But he schooled me up about going to the Court of Appeal about, you know, how things were going to be done. And so we practiced it. And we got down to the Court of Appeal with Bill and two. And Lord Cook said to me, Miss Mangu, you've come a long way. Let's just close those books, put your papers away, and stand there and tell us about your case. Well, I had not been prepared for that, to actually stand there and say, whoa, off the cuff, but that's how it was. And I'd like to think that I was pretty good, because at the end of it, he did say that the Court of Appeal didn't have jurisdiction over the legal aid people. And so, but basically I won that space, and since then it's been e noho tāre wāna, engari ka ki te koutou I roto I ngā pepa, mo te hōhonutanga atu. Koe tēnā ko tāku, mai ia mātou o Ngāti, kawa Ngāti Rahiri. Ahatia e Kevin, taku hapu o te kaui mua ki Matawaia, me Ngāti Horahia ki Pakotai Mangakahia, e hononga katoa o mātou ki konei. I runga I wērāhuatanga. It's going to be exciting. I know you're sitting there absolutely blank-faced, but it's going to be so exciting you won't be able to put it down, and you'll want to take it further. So, haere mai, haere mai. Within my 5 minutes. Ko tukua. Ngā mihi nui. Kia ora. Tēnā koe. Sitting there all in intrigue.
Who said it couldn't be done?
Kia ora. Ko papa te whatitiri ui ra kapakapa i rongo a taihoro nukurangi. Hiki rangi, ki te pō uri ki te pō tango kāpitirangi e tūnei. Ko tānei wāhea mai te aro o tāwhiri mātia ki runga kia taihoro nukurangi. Ki te whare o māu i tiki a taranga, ki te moana nui a ki oe takoto mai nei. Tapu wai nuku, tapu wai rangi he mumu e a whatei o te rangi e tui o nei, ko toi nui a rangi. Tutu nui, tutu roa, tutu pō kere kere. He hiko i te ariki, i te tapu, i te whatu, i te ngana hauriri. Paki te tai ki te paparape nui a tāne. Piki tū tākiri rangi ki te pai o rehua. Tupu whenua ki te pū o te ika Māui, toi ki te kore i tōia ko tāwhaki nui a amanga. Haere te moana wai puta tāra te whai ao te amarama. Tupu kere, tupu wana ka hara mai te toki. Haumie, hui e i taiki. Te mea tuatahi, māku e mihi atu ki a tātou nei, kai krakia i tēnei ata i haka tūwheratia mai a tātou nei rā. Ngā mihi atu ki a koe. Ki te whare e tūnei, tēnā koe. Te papa i wahora, te rangi i wahora, tēnā rā kōrua. Ki ngā kaumātua i runga i te taumata. E mihi nui taku aroha ki a koutou. Ko tatu mai i tēnei haora. A taku nei whāmere o Ngāti Kahu o Whangarei te Rerenga Parawa. Ka hau mai rātou i tēnei rā ki te hakatakato wa rātou nei kōrero mai i raro tēnei kaupapa. Mihi atu au ki te hau kāinga nei. Ngā uri o tahuhu nui orani. Kau te āwha, te kawa, te keimara. He mihi nui aroha tēnei ki a kautauma. Ko a hau ko praika wira. He uri atu a hau no Ngāti Hine. He uri atu a hau no ue nuku rawa ko kaharau. E tino hari ana taku ngākau ki te tuatu i roto tēnei whare. Nā te mea hono atu au i konei, mai i taku tupuna a wairukuruku taurua. Nā wairukuruku taurua, ko wiri mare na paura. Nā wiri mare na paura, ko taku krani pāpa, ko manuera paura. Ko taku māma, ko wairukuruku paura. Ko ahau te kai kōrero e tuatu nei mui a koutou i tēnei wā. Mihi atu au ki a koutou mā ngā kaimahi o te tribunal. Mihi nui aroha au ki a koutou mō o koutou nei mahi taimaha. Ka huri atu a hau i te reo pīkete i nai nena. I stand up in support of my kuia ma from Whangarei te Rerenga Parawa. And I just sent there to Ngāti Hine. He poto hoki taku kōrero, nā te mea hore kau taku kaihanga i tatu mai i tēnei rā, nā te mea kei te hohi pere ia. Nō reira koutou mā, ka noho atu a hau mō ngā kai kōrero ki te tū.
E waiata. Ngāti kahu, ngāti hene, ki au ki a ka, ke te hapai o mahi, e takoto nei, nā ngāta iho mai, he taonga mo te iwi, he taura here mona, tai tamae, te kupu a ngata, i roto te rapunga, kia kaha e te iwi, ki te ngati te whenua, nā te kawana, i tautoko i ngā mai. He taura here monga, tai tamae.
Nō reira, kia ora mai tātou katoa.
Kia ora, te tai pēnara, mihi atu kia koutou, me ngā puhi nui tonu. Tēnā pēr me huri i roto te reo pihikete. I tēnei rā. My name is Waimari Kingi. I was a claimant of Y619 under the name of Waimari Bruce. I was married to a Pākehā, and I have 3 children to my children's dad. And I come from rangatiras of Ngāpuhi. I'm a direct descendant of Te Ruki Kauiti, coming down from his son Taura. I am also a direct descendant of Hungihika on my mother's side from Tangairi, Whangaroa. I am also a direct descendant of Te Whareumi, of Ngāti Manu. And that's where I get my name, Kingi, from his son, Hori Tahua, Kingi. I come from, or born, in a place called Ngarara Tunua, which is just out of Te Kamo. My grandmother couldn't speak English, so when we come home from school, we had to kōrero te reo. So it was like what I would call schizophrenia. We'll leave home, catch the Pipiwai bus to go to school, Carmel Intermediate and Carmel High School, but come home because we have to kōrero te reo. I just thought I'd share that with you. I am 70 years old. I have been doing hapu stuff for Ngāti Kahu, Te Parawhau, for almost 40 years. And I must say that have they progressed? No, they haven't. We established a trust, and I want to mention this. We established the Ngāti Kahu o Torongare Te Parawhau Hapu Iwi Trust as a tool to help us with our tribunal claim. And we had the tautoko of our old people. You had to have an entity. And so we still struggle today with that very tool. So I come from many hapus, I just mentioned that, and Ngāpuhi. I wanted to talk today about mana motu hake. It's important because it's up here. And I grew up in my family in Te Reo. That was always spoken, mana motu hake. And I was so, being young back then in 75, 76, when Maturata decided to set up a party called Mana Motu Hake. I'll never forget that. And now here I am today to talk about Mana Motu Hake. I think all of us know what that is. And I don't wish to regurgitate because there's other speakers before me that have spoken about it. But what I wanted to focus on is, like I said, we set up a trust and we're still having problems with our hapu iwi trust. And so I decided to look at the dual governance. You can say, tino rangatiratanga, exercise it in that, but we're down here. We're not up there as partners with the Crown. Never have been. But what I have done is studied those dual governance overseas in Africa, Canada, and also United Kingdom. Now, the legal framework in this country is English. Can you believe it? That's the legal framework in this country, is English. And what we need to do is look at a dual governance that puts us up there. The only question mark I have, and I think it's mentioned in here, and some of the speakers, I think Hori Parata would have had it in his kōrero, is how did the Crown acquire sovereignty and when? Because that's important. Because when it comes to dual governance, we only own 5% of the land throughout Aotearoa. 95% of the land is owned by the Crown and its British subjects. So how would a dual governance work? That's something maybe those who always talk about the wakaputanga and the wakamenanga, because we already had our sovereignty. It's always been there. And I want to say too, I grew up with that because my mum is from Tangaire, Ngai Tūpango, Pangaroa. And we were brought up with this from Uncle Tarawau and ones before him. I timatatanga te wakaputanga konei, Tangaire. That's what they used to say, the old people. When you talk about the wakaputanga, this is where it began, at Tangaire. So I've never lost sight or their kōrero. But I always used to wonder, why is it that we're not up there until dual governance? And I see it's one of the themes that the tribunal has looked at or highlighted, and I like that. But then there's some questions to be answered, and I've already said it, that we've been, run by the subjects of the Crown. And they need to step down. And the Crown, you do your job. You do your job. Get into a partnership under this governance, dual governance. Tainui can do the same under its kingitanga, and we should tautoko them. And all the other iwi that wants to get into that dual governance. It's not to say that we will be split, not at all. It strengthens us. And the Queen of Tainui, man, she's awesome. She's really awesome. And that's why I was saying that dual governance is what we should look at, but there are some questions to be answered, and I have mentioned it. So that's what I wanted to talk about. And then I'm going to sing this waiata, because I believe that it's in your waiata, your whakapapa, your pepeha, your mōteatea. But I focus on Ngāpuhi because I'm in the whare tapu o Ngāpuhi. And one of the main whare of the whare tapu o Ngāpuhi is Marae, which is in the wahapu of te ahi pupurangi, te moana ko whangarei terenga parawa. So I thought I'd mention that. E hara e nei, ngā maunga neke neke, ngā maunga tūtonu, ngā maunga o Ngāpuhi e. Ko ngā toka e nei o aku tūpuna, e toka ahuru, e toka whakairo e. E karanga i o iwi, e karanga atura, i te ao, i te pō, hui hui ka moe, tēnā rā, koutou katoa. I love singing that waiata. I remember our karani always said to us, when you leave the whare tapu o Ngāpuhi, you're Ngāpuhi. You're not Ngāti Kahu, you're not Parapau, you're not Wairiki, Ngāti Korora, because I belong to a lot of hapu, Uri Roroi, Ngāti Hene, Maungas, but we do have difficulties with some of the activities that take place. We do have with the Crown, and we have to blame the Crown. So I'll get on to my next one. It's a waiata, because like I said, my waiata's around Ngāpuhi, because I am Ngāpuhi. I'm in the whare tapu o Ngāpuhi. I better get my voice. E kia mai nei, ka ngaro Ngāpuhi, waiho kia takoto, hei te tuki waka nui, ka tuturu whare nui. Te paiaka o te riri, te kawa o rāhiri e, te kawa o rāhiri e. Ngā toki wharua, te waka o Ngāpuhi, te ariki o runga, ko nuku tawhitura, e rua ngā waka, ko mātātua, ko puhi te ariki e. Ko puhi te ariki e. Kei hoki angara, kei tau marere, o ngā whakatauki he puke puke rau. Ka mimiti tētahi, ka toto e tētahi, ka huri whakarunga e. Now that whakatauki is to do with Rahiri's two sons, Uenuku and Kaharau. When one is in need of help, then the other will assist. So it's the west and the east. And I thought I'll mention that. because it's all part of our, we had our whakataukis, we had everything. We had our own independence, our self-determination. So that's where I'm going to leave it and give time for the others to speak. I wanted to talk on that, and I hope the tribunal will take that on board, a dual governance, because, I mean, it's in Africa, Canada, with the other Indigenous people, and it's something to look at. You know, for the wakaputanga, the wakamenanga, we haven't lost sight of that. That is it for me. Nā reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora tātou katoa.
We're going to ask a question of you, so our transcript. Yeah. Kia ora. We've read what you gave us, and thank you very much. My question was about the first song you sang, you chose to sing. The what it has to do with, because it sounded like the development schemes and
Yes.
And the young men. Can you
That's
explain
right.
it?
Well, it was about ngata coming to Waomio, because Ngāti Kahu is only found in 2 places in Tai Tokero. I'm talking about Te Kahu o Torongare and Ngāti Kahu o Toronga. It's in Waomio in a place called Mohenui. Now that's Ngāti Kahu, Tūturu, and that whenua there didn't go through the Native Land Court 1865. It was dealt to through 1862, and that was through arbitration. So they acquired that whenua, Mohenui, and they still got it in their ownership today. So when you go into Waomio, there's a marae there called Mohenui. And so I sang that song here because the kawana, tautoko that scheme that Ngāta had brought to Ngāti Kahu and Ngāti Hine, because we're closely related, Ngāti Hine and Ngāti Kahu, because of Hine Amaru, and then Ngāti Kahu's tupuna is her brother, Torukau. But the tupuna of the whenua is Haumakuruata of Ngāti Tū. But we're still closely related. So that scheme was to talk about growing, you know, like using the land, which they did. But as you go into Waomio, there's a lot of gorse. Heaps of gorse, and it's not their fault. We never brought the gorse here. So we don't get any help, you know, to eradicate introduced species. It's just like British subjects, they're imports. And it's just like the gorse, it's import. So that's something they should be looking at, and you wonder why Māoris don't pay rates, you know, because of these introduced species. So I thought I'd mention that, but Ngāta was a wonderful man. He bought where they could be funded, you know, to utilise the lands, which they did. And they still got their lands today, and they call it, I think one of the trustees here, Dr. Rosanna Solomona, she's here. And it's called, oh, what is it? Rosanna? Yeah. What's the name of the trust, Rosanna? It's, yeah. So she's one of the trustees, is Dr. Rosanna Solomon. She's from our hapi too, and Ngāti Hine. So I thought, yeah, no, Ngāta, he was a wonderful man. And, yeah, he did. It gave us ourself, you know, we could do things for ourselves, and we could. We grew our own kai, you know, and run stock. We milked cows, but then over time it faded. you know, it eventually faded. And then, well, like I said, you go past Waiomi, it's not hard to see what's there. It's gorse. And our people don't have the money, you know, to eradicate that. And it wasn't, we didn't bring it here. That's all does that answer your question?
Don't say too much more about ngata. There's 3 of us whakapapa to him.
Oh,
here.
okay.
We mightn't be able to get out the door if you keep talking like that about him. Hey, Kev, pātai waho.
Ka ore hoa.
Okay, kia ora. Kia ora, thank you very much. Aye.
Oh, kia ora. You can go and do yours.
Tēnā anō tātou katoa. Gosh, that's a big one to beat. My own tuahine here. Anyway, I'm going to start with Ko pari ki ore te maunga titiro, ki pari haka a katu mai a manai a e wainga nui o te pari o pare tapu o ngā puhi e. Ko ngā rara I tunua te marae, ko te awa, te wairua, puta noa kia, te ho te hātea, a ka puta noa ki te maunga o whāngare, te renga parawa e. Taku pāpā ko hane para tene te manu kaua kingi, no te ngā kahu o torongare me te parawhau, te hapu e tūnei e. Taku māma ko mere mere puta tua no Ngāti kahu o Whangaroa. E tutuno mai rā ki te maunga o whakarara, ka titiro ki te awa puta nei ko wairu, wairere ko te moana tēnā, e haruru mai ana ko te tai aue e. Ko te whenua nei rā, ko ngai tupango me te whare nui, ko ngai tūpango, ko te whenua, ko kiripaka e, ko ngai tūpango, te hapu e. Te wakaputunga, me te wakamenenga, te tīmatanga e. Ko haunei, ko pēti. Ko te tuakana ki Waimaria. I'm nearly 80. Kura te pānau. I haere mai a hau ka taku mahi, e mahi ana hau I Wainganui te hauora. E te patu ora, he ahakoa, he registered nurse a hau. 30 years plus I Wainganui te mahi mental health o te hinengaro. Engari, taku mahi I naenaina ko te kai takawainga. Aira, he aha tēnā. He mahi tēnā I Wainganui a tā mātou whānau hapu iwi, tā mātou nei whaiora or what they tūroro or patient, client. So I haere mai a hau ki te awhi mō tēnei constitution mō mātou. Te iwi o ngā puhi. I tupu au I Wainganui ngā au kōhatu. I have to call my old people au kōhatu. They're ancient, older than the mountains. One of the whakataukis given to them, while they're on the Marae, is called mā ngā pātū e kōrero. So the walls will talk. Ka wai rā, ngā pātū nei, ko ngā au kohatu, ko ngā kuikuia, ko ngā kaumātua. Nō nehe rā, o rātou nei mātauranga I heke mai rā. Kia mātou, kia haere tonu, kia tika te haere, a mātou nei affairs. I tupu au I wainga ngā kaumātua o whangaroa me whangarei. I rongo hau a tēnā kōrero te tikanga. Simply put, in general, we do have some laws that apply to all hapu and iwi throughout the motu. For example, the mātanga or the mahunga is tapu, considered tapu. On the other hand, you have what we call, where I come from, I rereke ana te tikanga I Wanganui te kawa. So you have variances. Like pōwhiri doesn't variate. Karanga doesn't. But your hapu will have some variances different to others. Koia tēnā te kawa. Hei nei, I tupu au I Wainganui ngā kaikaranga, ngā pūrākau, ngā pūkōrero. I left Whangaroa when I was 15. And I have to, like Waimaria, I have to thank my matua, maturata. At that time, he brought in trades, Māori trades. That was the best. I remember my mum's people and my father's. Ngāti Kauhua Torangare was so hari. They sent us all down to Auckland to these hostels. And we learned, I became a nurse. So did Waimaria. We were both registered nurses. But over time, we changed our field. Our cousins came. They were the builders, the carpenters, the electricians. But, you know, it never carried on after that due to different government changes. Always, you know, made it hard for us. Engari, we come from queers. My grandmothers were both, they believed in education, in learning te reo Pākehā. I won't say it's a biscuit language. I mean, if I'm going to go into partnership with you, I'd like to treat you fairly. However, I do have concerns about my partner. You know, we haven't been looked after well. I'm just thankful for our marae. I'm thankful for tikanga. I'm thankful for mana motuhake, where our marae was ours solely, where we could make decisions, where we could congregate, where we could meet, where we could inspire each other, and where it was, you know, a sacred place, really. So I believe, you know, our marae's played a big part in where I am today, and I believe for others as well. I might be piki-pikiing all over the place, but it's all about my growing up in I Wainganui ngā tikanga. My grandfather, who was Hone Prāne Kingi, that's my father's father, when he was born in my grandfather was actually born 1887, yeah. So he was still in that era. And I believe through my grandmother telling us stories that he they encountered when the Tohunga Suppression Act came about. Really, that was through Paul Marae and through Buck and that was in regards to what I could make of it during my research was they brought it about because the tauiwi, our crown, their people, their subjects were practising charlatans, like charlatans. They weren't like us, matikitis, and into our rongoa that way. And so for us to survive, they had to bring that law in. At the same time, my grandfather went underground. In doing that, he killed all his other whanaungas, from Poroti, from Mangakahia, right across to the Brenderwins, right across out to the east to Wairiki, Ngāti Korora, Ngāti Taka, Putanoa, Ngāti Wai, up, right up into the Bay of Islands, over to Titi, Whangaro. My grandfather and others had to hold on to what was considered tikanga and their whakaputanga. They had to carry it on and they believed in mana motuhake. And so that was instilled in us. And by the time we were going to kura, Waimaria, we were called radicals. We were called radicals growing up at kura there because the tauiwi couldn't fathom and they just couldn't comprehend how they were going to educate us. And because we wouldn't conform, it was so hard to try and change your language from Māori to English because they didn't even try to change to Māori. So I think my kura at Ngārara i Tunua was the last of the native schools, I think, if you have a look in records, to close down. So, and at that time, you know, I used to have to march to the flag. We used to have to march around and to the flag. We went to the picture theatre and it was to the Queen, to the anthem. You had to stand up and then the curtains are drawn and the piano is playing. So I was subjected to a lot of that. But I know through my grandmother and my grandfathers and them that they told us to stay strong. There'll come a time, like our matua kawati, look beyond. We're now in a very, I feel we've moved fast as a Māori people. And that word Māori, it doesn't come from us. That was invented for us. It's called ordinary. I looked it up in a dictionary before I came. Yes, and so all I know, and I remember my grandmother saying, no, we're not that word Māori, but she said we came from the Atuas. Hard to believe, eh? Came from the Atuas. Mana Atua, mana tangata, mana whenua. That's how my grannies spoke to us. And so, you know, as I stand here, I've got to remember, my hapu, I have relationships or reciprocation, manaki awhi tautoko with other hapus. So I'm not out there on my own. So really, we're in the whare tapu o ngā puhi. So if we can try and get under that umbrella as going into partnership with whoever our partner's going to be. And then from that down, I think then hapu can sort of go under that. Because if you go out on your own limb, just for example, Ngāti Wai goes out, I'll talk about myself. My Ngāti Kahu at Whangaro go on their own and separate from Titi and from my other places, Waimate and all of that, you won't survive. You know, there's that old saying that whakatauki, with my kete and your kete, the people will survive. Hey? So all I can say is that, so I was brought up entrenched really in knowing everything about as much as about tikanga, but whakatauki was the big one. It's always whakatauki, the words of wisdom, eh? They've been handed down not just 500 years ago, thousands of years ago. And I think we can prove that. Just recently, when Rangi Mātaumua, when he portrayed our mātariki, we've always known about it. And now the maramataka is on the rise. So there's a lot of Māori models out there that's not really identified yet to tauiwi, but we all do it. And it's not really recognised. You've got Pia Ngāpuhi, my fighting side, they used what they call te wheke, the 8 tentacles of the octopus. That was well known up here in the whare tapua Ngāpuhi. You don't hear that often. So what I'm saying is we have many Māori models of taking care of ourselves. And I just hope for the people, if you're taking this back to United Nations or wherever or whoever, you know, come to terms, or even the Crown, because I think the Crown subjects right now need to be, they're acting on behalf of the Crown, but they're not tika. They're taking away a lot of our rights, you know. And just before I come here, I want to share this one story. My English auntie, her name is Janet Puriri. She married one of my cousin uncles. Her parents came here from England, and you won't believe it. She gave me these books, all on England, and she said, Petty, before you go there, please learn about my country, what was happening in the 1800s. So I got an idea of why the Crown, if they were rushing the Treaty of Waitangi, because England was in their own, having their own problems, you know. Their people were poor, they were in slums, they had diseases, and they were overpopulated. They were moving into their urban areas. And also, it was the time of the revolution, so they had child labour. So my auntie gave me these books, and she's English. And and she was also, me and Waimari, a school teacher, so she's now 68 years old, and she lives up the road from me. And so I just want to share with you, you know, sometimes to move forward, learn a bit about about the Crown during the 1800s. You've got to remember, slavery was there too. I think I'm just being told, ko mitu tēnei. So I just want to end with this little brief waiata. Ko waira ahau nei, he uri no rahiri e. Kia ora whānau.
Kevin, kei kona koe?
Ka hore pātai e te he manu.
Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou. Ko Isabel Kraitiana ahau. I'm just going to give you a brief connection on who I am and who I'm connected to, and I'll start with my dad. My dad is from Kahununu, Hetatanga, Te Arawa. e Ngāti Manu Taihepi. My mum connections in Tai Tokerau is, and I will start with my hurihuri first, because of my grandfather, through his mum, a Hoihepa side, Waikari, through his grandmother, the King Uripa Kingi side. My grandfather is Hamana Mohi Parore, and the other side is my nan's side, is coming down here to Ngāti Hine also, Ngāti Kahu, Parafau, and Whatihara Kike. My whakapapa ties is to Tipini Hari of Ngāti Kahu. I'm a direct descendant, along with my auntie, who I'm going to acknowledge that's here today, Auntie Tangi Rurof. And me and my auntie have been a claim of my mum's 2368 claim about the Mohinui blocks and the development schemes. But I'm not here as a claimant of 2368. I'm here as a descendant of Ngāti Kahu. And I'm here to talk about the he whakaputanga waka mininga and what it means to me. He whakaputanga waka mininga. He whakaputanga, when I came here, I wanted to know more about my mum's side. I want to know more about who she was to Tai Tokerau, who she was to Ngāpuri. And where I was brought up was Auckland. And before I go on that journey, I'd like to take you back to a journey of my mum, because I think it's important. When my mum came back here was in 2007. That was to come back on her whenua of Mohinui. In the 1950s, when the development schemes were here in Mohinui, it was my grandfather that was the farmer that was allowed to stay on the land with my grandmother, which belonged to her mother, Kataraina Te Pēhā Pohe. And saying that, they were there in 1932 before the development schemes living. And it's funny how my grandparents were living there on the lands in 1932, and then the development scheme started in 1955, when the Māori Affairs Act came into play. So 1955, 1957, it was agreed upon by owners that were at the hui with Māori Affairs at the time, and then they started developing the schemes. And between 1958 and 59, my grandparents were removed off by a killing of a calf. So in doing this, I'm also going to go into generational change in this kaupapa. So from 1958-59, my grandfather was put in jail for 6 months. My grandmother was put off her mother's lands. So she took her children and walked from Mohinui back to Pukemiro, Kāmu, where her mum was. Now, her mum lived on Dip Road, is what they called it, and that's in Kāmu, going up towards Pukemiro on your right. Onoke was across the road from where my nanny was living, Nani Kataraina. So my nan lived there until her husband came out of jail, and then they took their children to Auckland, Mangere, 22 Keke Street, and resided in 22 Keke Street right up to when I was 18, because I had my first child at 16. So And all this time that we were living in Mangere, that's where we know we called haukainga to us. We were part of the south side, Mangere, Manurewa, Otahu. Those were our walking grounds right throughout the south side of Auckland. Watching, when growing up, we used to travel from Keke Street, Mangere, to Mangatawa. Mangatawa is actually called Te Tio, Waima o Manaia side. So we used to travel back there all the time when we were kids. So, and growing up with Nan and them, we knew a lot about Waima. As sad as it is, it's knowing those circumstances and growing up and observing those walks with my grandparents, with my mum. It took a toll when we got to know that our nan had lands. Unspoken truth, it's hard to speak about. The ones that don't speak, it is hidden. When we don't get told about the lands at an early age, it saddens us to know that we whakapapa to all of you. The sad thing about this hikoi and journey that I've been taking was that my mum's not here. My mentors are no longer here. I relied on my mentors, that was my grandfather, my grandmother, on both sides of my mum and my dad's side. I know more of my dad's side than I do of my mum's. I am so privileged to be here and be a part of ngā pui whānui. Wow, this has been a long week. So going back to the walk and the journeys of my mum and trying to make it short, cut things out. When we came over to he whakaputanga Wakaminenga, when I came, and I started this journey way back in 2012. And that was with Hayward Brown and them. For me, it was observing what the kaupapa was all about. What did it mean for me? What did Wakaminenga mean for me and those hikois I'm coming up to today? Going to the 6th of January 2013, first time ever, was going there to learn about te tiriti or Waitangi. When I went to those two kaupapas in the different years of 2012 and 2013, I took all that information back to my mum and dad, and it was my dad was in curiosity, because he was from Te Arawa. He said, well, that's not for us, we're from Te Arawa, Missy. And I always said, Dad, the knowledge that I've got from here, from Ngāpuri, is for everyone, because that's what it reads. And he wasn't sure of it, because he didn't see a clear picture of it. It wasn't until the following year I took him to Waitangi for the first time ever, 2014. My father loved it. He couldn't understand why he wasn't taught it. He couldn't understand why it was hidden from them. They talked so much about their ātuas, the 72 ātuas is what they believed in. Every ātua had a purpose, my dad used to say to me. Why would we need a pen and paper? You have your ātuas, missy. Oh, but Dad, maybe this is another journey for us to look into. But he was so staunch. Your ātuas, missy. They have your tikanga. They give you everything. But I saw a bigger picture. But I'm here home with Papa and Nang, Ngāpui. I want to be a part of. It doesn't mean that I'm disrespecting my dad. I do believe in the ātuas and the 72 of them. So he gave me a book, handed from his grandfather, coming all the way down. And in that book is my Bible of iho mātua kore. So every day I got to read it because it tells me who I am to my dad. It tells me who I am to my ātuas. It tells me the rules of each of the ātuas and what they mean to me. It also tells me of the ngāwake e whetū and the whakapapa, on how we generated a kaupapa that belongs to Māori. And for me, looking at the book that my dad gave me was law. It wasn't a fairy tale. My grandparents on my dad's side come from Te Mata a Maui, is the name of our tūpuna whare in Mataiwi. A direct descendant line to a Ariki. And they also say Taiapuru. I never ever thought when I was a kid growing up that I would hear that, Maui, Maui, you're just a Maui. And I thought, so I gave this kid a hiding because that's my tūpuna, Maui. But that was me being protective of me being a child at that time, growing up in Auckland. Growing up in Auckland, not a very good place. A city of bricks, stone. It was never a good place for Māori to be. Pahiara. Something that they had to go into because of colonisation. Our people had to leave their homes to go work for their families. So they were colonised into going there and doing that for them. However, on my dad's side, they were told to leave at the age of 13, go and work, because you're not going to learn anything over here. So they were stripped from everything. Now, getting back to the whakaputanga, wakamininga. Oh, I've got to get it corrected because Matua yesterday said it's wakaputanga. No, whakaputanga. So now I'm going to talk about wakamininga. So to shorten it of my mum, they ended up down there. Then she came back. I'm now living on the land of Mohinui, and that's where I will stay and retain my tino rangatiratanga in Mohinui, and also be a part of my whangarei whānau. In wakamininga, I believe the wakamininga should stay with he whakaputanga, wakaputanga. I believe that wakamininga should be a part, should be a part of the paramata. Oh, yep. That gives us the independence and also the sovereignty under he whakaputanga me te wakamininga. So, what I'm saying in law, or law, LAW, they talked about LORE, LAW. Well, LORE, I believe, there could be room for improvement to put LAW as the Pākehā and the LORE as Māori, the tikanga under LORE. So if you're looking at a dual sense of law, you got two laws, LAW, LORE. And that concludes me for today. Kia ora.
I don't have a question, but thank you all for your presentation, which was a very personal presentation from all of you, yet demonstrates the notions that you were discussing about mana moche hake at the very local level. So tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou. I just want to ask Mr. Erskine. Mr. Erskine, you filed a statement of position which has nothing at all to do with what we heard just then. So obviously it was your work, not your client's work. Is that right?
Well, I worked with my client as the intention was the framework we talked about.
Right. Well, I would challenge you to put everything you've heard into a statement of position so that we've got something in writing from all our ladies today. To expect us to do this work for you is not really it's not very helpful. Thank you.
Kia ora. He anō ku kuia mahau te waiata te tei pāteri. He tamama e ahu ki uta ki ngā kai ato e mahu e murira te aru he te mamaku te pau o te tangata e. Hiko ana te uirara pāna i te rangi taku tangi kōkō ai kia maua i hora taku pau mataho e tū i te whare. Ka tū mai koe i te puna i hua te waka kia whakarongo koe ki te wāwara tangi a te hoi wai hora i muri nei tō iwi kia tangi rā e katau.
Kia ora. Can we have the next group up now, please? Going to make a start anyway. Can we have the next group up now? And if you want to carry on the conversation, you can carry it on outside.
Mr. Gayfer, isn't it? Mr. Gayfer, what's going on? Not everyone's going to speak on this. It's not. No. So who's speaking?
Ki te rangi tapatu ki te ao, kau ngā tai o rehua ki uta, he roa e tūlia ki te matahau, no tū te wini, no tū te wana, ti hei Māori ora, ti hei Māori ata, Māori ora, me ti hei hoki a tātou tūpuna ko ngaro atu i mui a tātou, no reira ti hei ua Māori mate. Ngā mihi kia koutou ko tātou mai i tēnei rā, ki te hakahohātia e hau. I hope it's just for 5 minutes. Engari tātou mā e hari ana, aho te ngākau e tēnei e taimahana, that we have to go through this process to let people know that we are Māori tūturu o te whenua o Aotearoa. Why do we have to do this all the time? We shouldn't have to. E mihi ana ki te tribunal that I believe you have allowed us to write our submission effectively and send it to you. So even though I go off track today, you've got it written down. Aroha mai. I'm used to going off track. I was born in Otangaroa, and there are many tracks there that go up to Taratara. E ara rā tātou, hoi no kia hakahari a tātou. He tino taimaha ki te noho, ki te rongo, i etahi o ngā mamai o a tātou tūpura. I waiho tia mai, e hara e te mea, i waiho tūturu mai he te mamai ki a tātou, engari ko waiho mai tātou, so that we can fix up our relations that are on that side of the fence. Ne? Ka pai. Now, I've got a piece of paper here that I'm supposed to read. Engari tātou mā. I'm only here just to start us off. The other 3 are going to finish it off, and they'll probably make more sense than me. Engari tātou mā, I wanted to... I'm glad to the tribunal. Thank you for being here as well. And I think I am right in saying that our written submissions, you have copies of them, and I do stray. Aroha mai. My name is Patricia Tauroa. That is what was on the paper. I have the joy of being named B when I was younger. I used to like that name because a bee could go and sting other people. So you can guess who got a few whacks on the bottom side. Ne. But engari, hoi no tēnā, he aho haka hori, because I don't really know what I'm supposed to be saying anyway, but I'll get there, aroha mai. In looking at the principles of, what are they? Sorry. Yeah. As I said, I'm glad that the tribunal does have copies of the earlier submissions, but there are other statements that we want to add to it. And one of those statements is that we draw strength from the findings of the Waitangi Tribunal in Te Paparahi o Te Raki, which confirm that one tupuna did not cede that our tupuna did not cede sovereignty in 1840. This foundational understanding underpins our position in this inquiry. So we did not cede our sovereignty. As well, whangaroa tikanga, as exercised by our hapu, is grounded in collective decision-making, respect for whakapapa, and a deep relationship with te taiao. Our processes for resolving disputes and meaning and managing resources are living expressions of our rangatiratanga, our Māori rangatiratanga. And as I was sitting there, I was thinking, why is it that we as Māori have to go through this all so often? Why is it that our other side can't accept our kaupapa, our tikanga, our understandings as being part of them as well? We accept the decisions and the aspirations of our taha Pākehā, but they don't seem to accept ours. And in saying taha Pākehā, I am Irish, I am Scottish, as well as I am being Pākehā. So I got the whole lot of them to deal with. Maybe that's why I go off track so often. Aroha mai. But the other expression I want to say, and I add this to the document that you have already received, the role of wahine in our governance structures is vital and has been recognised in evidence presented to the Mana Wahine inquiry. We affirm the importance of Mana Wahine in our constitutional future. And I want to say this kia koutou. We lost a lot of whenua, my whānau, because it belonged to my mother, who left it to her daughters. And her daughter married one Pākehā who took that whenua, and then he passed away, and she married another Pākehā who took the other block of whenua. We were left with pretty much nothing, because the processes that our Pākehā had, and I believe still have, is that women do not own whenua. Tika ana tēnā, kia koutou? And yet, what is that whenua that we carry with us all the time? What is the whenua? He asked the whenua that we give birth to. Is it of no significance? Are you saying that we don't own that whenua? No, because the land means more to you than the person. And not to you, but ki te ao Pākehā I mua ne. And it seems as though e hoki mai ana tēnā āhuatanga I roanga nui a tātou I aia nei. So while the process is that women could not own land, it was very easy for our tupuna wahine to lose that land, not because they gave it away, but because they married someone for their land. That's how it appeared to me anyway, in terms of, as I grew up and understood that most of Otangaroa no longer belonged to me, even though my grandmother had left it to ngā wahine. So that's one of the kaupapa issues that I feel is important for people to know, that Māori had ownership of the whenua and it was lost through the process of marriage. And I don't criticise the fact that marana ana tātou katoa, ne? That's part of the process, but to automatically lose what is rightfully yours and what has been given to you and left by your tupuna is not an easy one to have to live with. I don't feel it is anyway. So, okay, now I think I've said enough now. I've agitated you enough, and I can let the ones who maybe talk reason carry on. But I did have a few things written here, but I am glad that the documents have been written and the tribunal has copies. And you can tell me off if you like, I don't mind. I'm used to being told off. I'm used to making the stings and then finding it stings on the bottom at the back anyway. But e tātou mā, e hari ana ko hui tātou i roto i tēnei whare i Waitangi i konei. E hari ana ki te etahi a koutou I haven't seen for a long while. And I apologise because if I see you tomorrow, I'm likely to have forgotten your name anyway. Koia tēnā te ahu o te ao. But when you get to 87, I think you've got a good excuse, ne? Hey! Engari, e toru pua wai o taku puti puti aroha tu manako me te whakapono te tino pua wai ko te aroha hei waka whanaunga ia tātou e unuhia i te rito o te hara keke kei he ara ia te komako e mau e ui mai hea te mea pai maku e ki atu he tangata. I got it to the end. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora whaia. Every time I listen to her speak, I want to clap. Ki te marae ki wahonei, tēnā koe. Ki te whare ko te tiriti o Waitangi e tū nei mua ke tonu. Ke ngā mate ki runga i te pātu, haere, haere, moira. Ko taratara te maunga, ko whangaroa te moana, ko mamaru te waka, ko mangawhero te awa me te whenua, ko Ngāti Rangi mata mōmoe te hapu. I te taha o tauku pāpā, ko Weremu te waru puru, no hokianga, horeke no hokianga. I te taha o taku māma, ko Kathleen Nellie Puru, born a green. E noho aia ki Otangaro, Mangawhero, Otangaro. Ko ahau te kai kōrero, ko Doreen Puru, mō wai 1684. Ka huri au ki te reo Pākehā. Kore au i kaha ki te reo, engari ke te ako au. Tēnā koutou. Ngā puhi looks good. It's scary, but you fellas look good. I respectfully accept that the tribunal has read our statement of position. I'm going to step away from that And tautoko everything that has been said by Ngā Puhi about everything, about the treaty, te te riti, me wakaputanga. And maybe bring some next steps to where we're going with the constitutional kaupapa. And I'm an administrator. I don't hold whakapapa well, and I don't know the waiata and all that kōrero, and I'm not that clever. But I'm a little bit of an administrator. And I start from the bottom up, and I always work my way through up. Anyway, the thing I see most is, through my life, is that the government, if they were clever, they'd get rid of us. They'd just give us what we want and leave us alone. I don't understand, like our roads at home, all the potholes on the road, why they never sealed them. They saved them a ton of money, you know. But give us our tino rangatiratanga, let us govern ourselves and do what we want, because they don't want us. That's what I feel. That's what I've seen through my lifetime. All the programs that they've thrown at Māori to help us. We don't want them. We just want our tino rangatiratanga. Yeah. But, you know, they would be awesome if they just left us alone. They won't need to find ways to solve our problems. They won't have to pay out settlement monies. Hang on. They won't have to put up with Māori MPs, because they'll be gone too. They won't have to incarcerate us. They can simply just let us go. Hey, but we will go away with all the land owned by the Crown returned to us. One huge financial package, what they took and can't give back. All our mātauranga and our taonga that they have hidden in the basement of the beehive returned to hapu. And we will have a constitution that entrenches the principles and values of he wakaputanga me te tiriti. So that we can disestablish the Māori Land Court and have hapu and whenua without boundaries. We can create our own education system based on mātauranga Māori to give our mokopuna grounding in who they are, so they're able to navigate this world our way. Imagine how many problems would be solved. We can speak te reo without embarrassment and many, many other things, like no Māori MPs. That's because we won't have that system. Yeah, well, all well and good in one's head, but the reality is, how do we make this happen? Mā Teke Mai has the values and the models to make this happen. I've got a copy of the old one, but I think you know, have a read. So, what next? What are our possible next steps? If I may be so bold, to suggest that I believe that we practice haputanga. We get a copy of Mā Teke Mai, we incorporate our kōrero, thank you, our kōrero. There are things that we want to put in there, about the Constitution and Mā Teke Mai, you know. And then, and once, you know, we teach hapu about this book, and we get them together, the hapu, and we talk to them, we educate them about, because not all hapu know this stuff. My young nephew, off he goes to the South Island with his waka, and he's got flags flying, he wakaputanga all over his van, no, I must say, no registration plate. I know, yeah. And he went down to South Island, and they didn't really know about he wakaputanga. They didn't, I couldn't believe that they didn't know. But he told me people were coming up and asking him about it, and I thought, oh, that's good, you know, that's awesome. But yes, so we need to kōrero te hapu. And hapu changes, eh? We grow up, next ones come along, we teach them about this again. We just keep going and rolling with it. And once hapu are up with the play, we need to get an agreement from hapu to endorse the values and a model to help form the constitution. This has been said before, but it is imperative we involve rangatahi. It's in their hands that we leave it. Leave this kaupapa to carry on. Next, we need to engage the Crown. Our Māori MPs are the ones who will introduce this bill into the House, so we need them on our side. Maybe a kōrero kānohi ki te kānohi with them to start with, but, down the track sometime. Next, maybe, at some point, we need to begin drafting a full constitution. I have no clue how that will look. I've never seen one. I can find one and work from that. But except we do have Mā Tiki Mai, which has all the answers. So I'm very grateful to Margaret for doing that. The kōrero needed has been happening for a long time now, and I believe after the Waitangi Tribunal has produced their report, it will be time to move the kōrero to the public arena. And that could take many forms. But we can start now with the power base we have at our fingertips. Ngā hapu o ngā pui. Through these 6 hui, I'm sure right through the country, we have hapu that we can start with to get this rolling, after the report's out. Yeah. I want to thank the Tribunal for allowing me to speak today, to air my whakaaro. I mean, I've got thousands and thousands of things to say. Thousands, but I won't, because, time. And also to you, thank you for letting me speak. Tēnā nui, te mihi, kia koutou katoa. Any questions?
Kia ora koutou. Ko o hautia ke te maunga, ko te tau ai te awa, ko te tau ai te marae, ko karanga hape te whare tūpuna. Ko whangaro te moana, ko whakaki te tūpuna, ko wiri mohori a hau. I didn't say what my waka was, because our stories are we didn't come on a waka. Like my colleague, Doreen, everything in our report has already been said. We've ticked all the boxes. Our people have ticked them all. And we tautoko everything that has been said. Can't really add any more to it. And for me, if you're talking about a constitutional kaupapa, talk to the experts. That's what you do. I'm a farmer. You ask me anything about farming and I'll tell you. But you take me out of my lane and, I don't know. So ask the experts, and we have them here. We've had them here. Matuhone and Margaret Mutu, she's still here. They're the experts. If you want to know something, go and ask someone who knows. And so that's my thought on that. I heard a question being asked, the previous speakers, what does Constitution look like? And for me, it looks like this. It looks like a white lady holding a flag. And on the other side, it's got the Māori holding his taiao. And on the shield, there's a shield. On the shield, there is the Southern Cross. And beneath that, there is a sheaf of wheat that represents agriculture And on the other side, there is a fleece hanging on a scale representing farming. And beneath that is 2 hammers representing mining and industry. And in between that, there are 3 tall ships representing trade and, get this, the coming of the settlers. That's what constitutionalism looks like. And what the hell? Where the hell are we in that picture? And where do you see that logo? It's on our courts. It's on our Ministry of Justice system. Our people see it every day when they go to court. And they slam that onto our people. Is that constitutionalism? Yes, it is, but it's not for us. It's not for us. What does constitutional look like? It looks like that, and it's not looking too black and good for us Māori. On day one, when we were sitting out there at the Pohiri, me, Owen and Bryce were talking about, well, why did they leave us last? And we had a manuhiri from Wellington say, ooh, you fellas are much different up here. Much different. And so and I'll answer that kōrero as I go on. And so I've been thinking about that right throughout this Wananga. With respect, I'm going to turn mine over and I'm just going to read off my notes. Matua Monty, you hit the nail on the head. First off, bring the kōrero back here where it began. I heard our whanaunga just before us saying, well, it actually began at Te Ngaire, at Tēnā koe e te whaia. That's exactly where it began. So yes, it needed to come back here. Our council said, oh, you want to go around the country and go and visit these waitangas going around? I said, oh, we'll go when it comes here. This is where it belongs. This is where it should be resolved here, where it began. Matua Waihoroi. You know, his kōrero. Our last bastion is here, in our marae. This is where our authority, our autonomy is here, and we express that. You know, I've been a trustee of our marae at Te Tōwai for 23 years. You know, my features were quite sharp. I had quite a bit of hair, and I looked quite fine. But our kaumata has trimmed all that off. Got rid of all that. Hey, but I'm still standing. So yes, e matua waihoroe, tautoko i kōrero. You know, and you also mentioned matua nau. I'll just take a minute. We have a picture of here of our whaia. Whaia tāhua. You know, we just lost her recently. As we all have during this process. I remember standing up at the Turner Centre in 2013 giving evidence on our Y1312 claim. You know, this is more than a decade ago. We've lost so many of our people in that time. And as Fire Pat said, when we're still here having to fight our way through it. I've heard the kōrero right throughout this. We've had enough. And as I said before, we support all of those things in there. Mai teke mai, right down to the hilt. Let's do it. But we've lost so many of our people in that time. So many. And Waihoroi, he mentioned that there are certain people who leave impressions on you. Matua no did with me. He came up to me one day and he says, you know something? We entered into this marriage with the Queen Victoria, and I'll say bleep, took off to Tamaki. Then she took off to Porneke, and we're still waiting for the bleep to come back. Matua no he was a very articulate man, but he could be very blunt sometimes too. So thank you for bringing his memory back, because it jogged my memory. What did he say? That's right, that's what he said. And he didn't say it to denigrate her, to be derogative to her, but as his subordinate. Which meant that he had the mana over the crown in that sense. And the other kōrero that I heard was from Huhana. And she talked about redress. Redress is about crown breaches of titiriti. It is not about he waka putanga. It is not about titiriti. They are not negotiable. And that's the kōrero that we go with. It's only about the breaches of the crown, nothing more, and certainly nothing less. That's not what we're here for. We're here to get what they took back. That's it. We're not going to be blackmailed into anything else, that's for sure. And she had a panel there, Jade. What an incredible kōrero she had. I had to flip it back quite a few times to get to actually what she said. Minister for Decolonisation, yeah, I'll support that. I'll support that 100%. You know, when you're sitting in this whare and you get a kaumātua like Hone Sadler, you know, hobbling his way up through here, came around here, and when he delivered his kōrero, I tell you, it had the power of legions. And I was just absolutely privileged to hear his kōrero. Absolutely privileged, and I'll never delete that, because I always want to go back to it. Our academics are incredible. Incredible. We've lost a great man in Moana Jackson in terms of constitutional pātai. And the other kōrero that I heard was from Waitaha. You know, we're talking about, she was talking about 75 generations of her people. 7 generations above me was when her Te Tiriti was signed. 75 generations. Incredible. You know, that all the kōrero that I've heard, you all whakapapa back to the tupuna who signed either Te Tiriti or he wakaputanga. Just about every one of you. That tells me you're authentic. You're the real deal. No wonder the kōrero had to come back here, because those tupuna are still in the room. You know, whangaro, we all have wakaputanga people. Not very many of our tupuna signed Te Tiriti. Didn't have to. Our tupuna already done it in the first one. They were not going to demean themselves and, I'm going to sign it again. They did not do that. So, I just said my time is up and I'm nowhere near up. You know, and even our wahine toa from Naituhoi, who You know, we're talking about our urban whānau now, our gangs and our urban whānau. Come to Te Tōai when one of our Black Power people passed away. I tell you what, you have to walk down a corridor of them to get to the marae. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's our people. That's our people. From them is our rangatira, they will come. You know, and it reminds me of one of my kaumātua. His name was Rauri Timoti. He's passed away now, and it was during the COVID. Many of us never even got to hear that he'd passed away, let alone was able to go to his funeral. And I remember him one day, he came, you know, he's got a bull neck and huge shoulders, and he used to be a prop at the Kai rugby team, and he come bollocking up to me like this, and he says, "Do you know where decolonisation comes from?" And I'm going like this, and he says, "It comes from the word colon." And he says, "Do you know what the colon does?" And I go, and he says, "It devours everything. It devours everything, and it sucks everything out of you, all the goodness." And he says, "That's what the Crown is doing to us. It's devouring all Māori, devouring their culture, devouring their tikanga, devouring all their whenua, devouring their taonga, their nahere, everything that they own. And they're sucking it all out. You are here looking, it's puku. Kick the puku so that they spit you out, because you have to go back out where you came in. You do not want to be dropping out the other end." You know, it took me a while to get the heck of what this fella on about. You need to go back to where you came in. Where did we come in? We came in at Te Wakaputanga he Titiriti. He says your tupuna are up there holding the mouth open, their hands down here, waiting for you to grab a hold of it, and they'll pull you out of there. And that was his message to me. And it stuck with me ever since. The tupuna have put a lifeline in there to pull you out. That's why we're different. Because we've been given a rope, and because they're just wanting to bring themselves back out of that to themselves again. That's the kōrero that sticks in my mind. Every time I stand up in front of my hapu, every time I stand up to people who want to go move forward, we only want redress for what the Crown has taken, nothing more. Certainly nothing less. Now, there was kōrero here yesterday about the upper house. And I recall Ngāti Rua Mahui's kōrero. Beautiful kōrero. Inspiration in one hand, challenge in the next, and the other. And the will to bring that together. What they're doing is they're getting their house in order. If we're going to run another house, we have to get our house in order. That's the kōrero that I got from Ngāti Rua Mahui. E te whānau mā, kia ora.
Okay, well, thanks very much for your presentation. Beg your pardon? Oh, yeah, hang on a sec. Well, go on. You got all your people in the kitchen there doing a haka over there, wondering why we're not there. Okay. Hello, kia ora. I intend starting the hui again at 22. If you're in here, you're in here. If you're not, we're going ahead.
Oh, I see we're behind.
Yeah, we will be.
Could you please remove the photo of Whitney in a wooden frame, because it was from the last presenters.
What happened to it?
No, there.
Oh.
No. Okay, we leave it.
Kia ora, everyone. Lock the doors. Okay, te tīmata tātou i nānei. Ara mai, Mikey.
Ko mai ki tōku ingoa, he uria hau o te whare tapu o ngā pohi. Now, this is new, and I will take my original position of statement as read. Kia ora. This PowerPoint presentation is an in-depth synopsis of my position of statement. This presentation of ideas embodies the Māori worldview, where hapu lived according to their own tikanga. This tikanga sustained our way living within a system designed specifically for us. Yes, next one. Kia ora.
I'm sorry, we still have to wait for Mr. Ewan.
Well, he'll have to catch up. I didn't want to waste time because it's the end of the day and I don't want to hold anybody back. Oh, shall I give him a copy of?
Yeah, you will.
Yes. No, for the crowd. Oh. Up here. Where's he sitting? Oh, if you go and take that. How many are there? 2 of it? Just one.
Thank you. In that case, you can carry on.
Okay. No, I can carry on. Well, aua. Te tīmatatanga ko te kōrero, ko te pō. Nā te pō, ka puta ko te kukune, ko te pupuke, ko te hihiri, ko te mahara, ko te manoko, ka puta I te whaiao, ki te ao mārama, tihei Moriora. We had our own system, including how we managed our people. It would be fair to suggest he whakaputanga may well have been the basis for how we operated, both within and beyond our hapu system. Our management system served us well. Most modern-day discussions suggest he whakaputanga or he wakaputanga was activated because of ventures beyond the hapu and Aotearoa. I propose to you it is already alive and guiding our people within the hapu, and you heard some examples from the previous speakers. Yes. Yes, we've gone past there. Ka pai. He whakaputanga Constitution of Aotearoa. I propose he whakaputanga is the foundation upon where our hapu systems function. I also suggest to you that each, if not all hapu throughout Aotearoa, may have a system that might look something like our current he whakaputanga. My argument, therefore, makes claim that hapu already had an effective system to manage its people within and beyond the whenua. If we take this notion, constitution, and explore its meaning, we will find that it refers to a set of rules as to how a group of people manage themselves. This confirms Māori had in existence a system that can align to what Pākehā suggests is a constitution. This is my proposition. Māori had the first constitution of this country. Note, in all constitutions, European, French, Spain, American included, there are principles that lay dormant until such time they are required, and so these are activated to address the new phenomena. This can be identified as the adjustment made by Māori when outsiders came to Aotearoa. Next slide, please. Te tūtakitanga, clash of cultures. This is the clash of cultures. It may be that when outsiders came to our shores, there was a misunderstanding, or perhaps because this system was intimately created for our people, it was not readily visible to the new parties. Why would we tell outsiders how our system works? The clash for land and resources saw a constant shift of power as the manuhiri began to take more than what they should. This is the tūtaki process that led to te tiriti. Next slide, please. Te tiriti o Waitangi he whakaputanga. Question: why did we need a treaty when we had an existing system that served our people well? Could it be to enhance the procurement of lands and resources by the visitors? My claim today is the foundation arrangement in he wakaputanga was never extinguished, so I argue it is still relevant today. He wakaputanga must be at the forefront of anything moving forward. The strength of he whakaputanga can be found in the writings of historian and academic researcher, the late Dr. Manuka Hinare, who reminds us the United Nations has endorsed he wakaputanga as the legitimate constitution of Aotearoa. Tēnei te mihi kia ngā tirahiri, ngā tikawa, ngā kaitiaki o enei taonga tuku iho. He whakaputanga, he wakaputanga o te hakaminenga o ngā hapu. Me te treaty o Waitangi. Note, transformation, transformative, transformational is a process that brings about change. That said, it is in the working process that determines the most effective outcome. Today, change agents use this term loosely. In my view, it is paramount that the correct context in which this term can be used must be understood, for it is to foreground positive outcomes. Mō tātou. My recommendation is that in order for us to move forward as a country, a conversation and a commitment by all parties, both Māori and Manuhiri, must discuss these constitutional foundations before any new system is developed. In closing, I reiterate, he whakaputanga is indeed the first and only constitution of Aotearoa. Tēnā tātou e te whare. He pātai. Have I got to my 15 minutes? Have I got to my... I'd like to respectfully ask, I would like to respectfully ask of the tribunal to look at my previous position of statement and the current ongoing modern-day land grab at Walls Bay, Auckland. Perhaps you could ask me some questions about that. And at Te Whānau, next Wednesday, we're having a picnic protest on Walls Bay Esplanade Reserve to remind the world that we have a Treaty of Waitangi Act, 1975. We have a Waitangi Tribunal to enable that act to work for us. And yet, this is almost a 30-year modern-day land grab that continues.
Kia ora, ke kona koe, pātai tāhau?
Kaore aku nei pātai e hiamana.
Well, kia ora, Mikey. Thanks very much for expediting things.
Kia ora.
Rosaria?
Ah, yeah. Are you going to sit? Yep. Is it okay if she sits? Can you bring it forward? Oof. So, do you want your chair or you want that?
Yeah, I think I'll better have my chair.
I got it. Thank you. That's better. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Oh, God. Thank you. I'd like to thank you, the Waitangi Tribunal, for hearing me, and thank the kaumātua kuia here, all my relations. I'd like to introduce myself through my whakapapa. Thank you, before I kōrero. Ri'i maumau, ariki of Ngāpuhi and Te Rarawa. Rawa ko Matty Farley. Ka puta ko Margaret Maumau. Rawa ko Hoani Maioha. Ka puta Wiramu Maioha, rawa ko Karati Toi. Ka puta ko Sam Maioha. Portaki, Sarah Maioha. And rawa ko George Henare. Ka puta Wilson Maioha. Whāngai, Hoani Maioha. Ka puta Sarah Maioha, rawa Hipriona Bāni Hōtere. Ka puta Kiau, Rosaria Ana Hōtere. Thank you. Yeah. This is on behalf of my whānau. This statement of position is provided to articulate the constitutional, political and legal context in which my whānau and I continue to uphold responsibilities as tangata whenua. It sets out the foundations of our tikanga-based constitutional order, the inherent nature of mana motuhake and tino rangatiratanga, and the ways in which Crown structures have systematically
constrain these rights. It also addresses the impacts of parliamentary sovereignty, local and national governance systems, human rights breaches, and international treaty making on our ability to exercise authority in our rohe, our own rohe. This statement affirms our commitment to constitutional transformation grounded in whakaputanga, te tiriti o Waitangi, and the aspirations of our tupuna. Here, I carry the mātauranga responsibilities and aspirations of my tupuna, who upheld mana motuhake long before the arrival of the Crown. I write this in the spirit of our continuing struggle for constitutional recognition and transformation grounded in our tikanga, guided by he whakaputanga and te tiriti o Waitangi, and determined by the right of our people to decide our future. Constitutional begins with tikanga. Constitutional is not an abstract or foreign concept. It is embedded in the tikanga of our people, our decision-making systems, our obligations to whānau, whenua, moana, and taonga, and our principles of reciprocity, manakitanga, and collective responsibility are all constitutional in nature. Now, I'm going to try and find the best parts of this kōrero. It's too long. And 10 pages. Yeah, I like, there's certain things I should have, So, marginalisation and decision making. Parliament is not required to consult iwi before passing legislation, even where the legislation directly affects our interests. We experience exclusion from decisions about our taonga and lands. We often experience reactive, not proactive roles in lawmaking, LAW, often limited to making submissions, not coordinating or co-deciding. We also see a fragmented voice in Parliament that is vulnerable to marginalisation, politics and public backlash. Block to constitutional transformation. The fact that Parliament alone holds supreme power means there is no shared constitutional space where Māori can exercise co-equal authority. We remain vulnerable to state decisions about our whenua, moana, biodiversity and tikanga. There is no constitutional guarantee that our voice will be respected, heard or acted upon. This perpetrates a reality where te tiriti exists in rhetoric but not in enforceable law. As a result, our ability to uphold our responsibilities as kaitiaki, assert tino rangatiratanga and protect our mokopuna future remains at the mercy of the Crown's changing political will, not their own constitutional authority. Parliament's unchecked power and the absence or entrenched tiriti protections means tiriti can be breached at will for us. This means the promise of tino rangatiratanga remains unfulfilled. It points to the need not for mere legislative tweaks, but for constitutional transformation that centres tikanga, honours te tiriti and upholds the rightful authority of Māori in our own rohe. Our constitution must honour intergenerational responsibilities, uphold collective rights and protect the relationship between tangata and whenua. It must reflect the whakapapa that binds us not only to each other, but ranganui and papatuanaku. It must make space for our rangatahi and mokopuna, and it must be built to last for them. A relational and consensual constitutional model is required. The relational model proposed by Matiki Mai, one that includes distinct rangatiratanga, kawanatanga, and shared relational spheres, reflects the vision of our tupuna and the lived reality of partnership. We support this application of this approach. In such a model, we can make decisions for ourselves in accordance with our tikanga and aspirations, which also participating in joint deliberations where necessary, not as subjects but as equals. We assert that constitutional transformational is not a radical idea. It is a fulfilment of Te Tiriti o Waitangi and the aspirations of whakaputanga. It is a long overdue response to the persistent failure of the Crown to honour its commitments. We call for good faith, dialogue between Māori and Crown, but more than that, we call for action, the development of constitutional models that reflect our realities, support our mana motuhake and guarantee our ability to live on our lands. The Crown's failure to provide for iwi-based political and representation constitutes a breach of Article 2 of Te Reti o Waitangi, which affirms the right of hapu and iwi to exercise authority within our own spheres. Our representatives need to be able to whakapapa to the region that they represent, to be able to do the rohe roles on that whenua. Suppression of Māori political movements, broader Māori movements seeking constitutional recognition, such as Te Tahitanga, the Māori Parliament, and other initiatives were aimed at restoring Māori autonomy. These Māori-led political institutions were never recognised by the Crown and were systematically undermined. The Crown actively suppressed these initiatives, further entrenching our exclusion from the development of self-structure. The local government system in Aotearoa was developed and legislated by the Crown without the involvement, consent or consultation of iwi. Now, I'm going to go further along. Actually, human rights. Theme, human rights and Te Reti o Waitangi. The United Nations is acknowledged Te Reti o Waitangi is an international document. Breach of the right of self-determination. Article 3 affirms Indigenous peoples have the right to self-determination. By virtue of that right, they feel determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social and cultural development. The Crown has failed to recognise our tino rangatiratanga inherent right to govern our own affairs. The imposition of Crown institution, Parliament, local government, the Native Land Court, without iwi consent has systematically denied us the right to exercise authority in our own rohe. We have been excluded from constitutional and legislative design. Okay, breach of the right to culture and language. I think I'm looking for the international breach. Pardon? Paragraph 30. Yeah, here it is. We have experienced significant disadvantage through the Crown's participation in international treaty-making processes. Exclusion from international treaty making. The Crown has repeatedly entered into international trade and investment treaties, for example, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP, and bilateral investment treaties without consulting or seeking the free, prior and informed consent of iwi. These processes have been highly centralised, negotiated in secret and conducted on the assumption that only the Crown has the authority to represent Aotearoa internationally. Erosion of tino rangatiratanga. Many modern trade and investment treaties include provisions that A, prioritise the rights of foreign investors, B, limit the ability of governments to regulate in the public interest, example in Resource Management Act or in environmental protection. Yeah. Okay, I'm nearly there. Restrict the recognition of Indigenous legal systems and governance mechanisms. These agreements often lock in economic policy settings that privilege private property and capital over collective rights and tikanga Māori. We are disadvantaged because A, our ability to exercise kaitiakitanga over the land, moana and tonga is constrained by these frameworks. B, local and national policy is increasingly shaped by international obligations, not iwi-led decision-making. C, the Crown has entered into binding legal commitments on behalf of us without our consent. Threats to tonga and mātauranga. International treaties often contain intellectual property provisions that risk the commercialisation or misappropriation of Māori traditional knowledge and genetic resources. Investor-state dispute settlements and jurisdictional conflicts. Many international treaties include investor-state dispute settlement, mechanisms that allow foreign investors to sue governments if laws or policies reduce their expected profits. It creates a chilling effect on national or local regulation, particularly in areas where we have sought to assert kaitiakitanga. The potential for Crown decision-making to be challenged by foreign investors undermines our ability to influence state decisions that affect our rohe and tonga, and incompatibility with Indigenous rights. The Crown has failed to ensure that trade and investment treaties are compatible with Indigenous rights frameworks, and including Article 19, the duty to obtain free, prior and informed consent before adopting measures that affect Indigenous peoples. And Article 32, the right to determine the development and use of Indigenous lands and resources. In some cases, international treaties override or constrain domestic regulation of treaty settlements, customary rights, or Māori-led development strategies. This results in policy incoherence where Aotearoa's international obligations conflict with its treaty and Indigenous obligations, and the latter are subordinated. And in conclusion, the evidence presented demonstrates the Crown's constitutional, legislative and policy frameworks have consistently failed to recognise or uphold our tino rangatiratanga, resulting in ongoing breaches of Te Tiriti o Waitangi and the international Indigenous rights standards. These failures affect every sphere of governance, from Parliament and local authorities to environmental management, electoral systems, human rights, protections and international treaty making. The path forward requires meaningful constitutional transformation that restores balance between kāwanatanga and rangatiratanga, embeds tikanga as a foundational source of authority, and ensures that Māori decision-making is recognised, respected and enforceable. Our rights are inherent, not granted, and our constitutional future must reflect the authority, dignity and responsibilities handed down through our whakapapa. So that actually suited me to do my whakapapa. I missed out a few tupuna, the wihongi whānau, the ruhe whānau. I just got excited. So anyway, that's me. And I'd just like to finish with my little chant that I have to my patapaerehi whakapapa from Maui. It is tēnā e te iwi e, tēnā whakarongo mai, tēnā e tangi nei, hei aha marika, tō mahi o te nui e, ko tu patu pai arehi e, ko tu patu pai arehi e, tēnā e te iwi e. Thank you.
I'm going to take it to number 6. Oh, can you do that? Thank you. Hi, kia ora. My name is Leah Wright. I'm the name claimant in the Muri Whenua Y1662, and I'm a direct descendant of Hongi Hika, Hone Heke. I'm also a direct descendant of Matinga Pairata, Hare Mātinga, and Te Kānawa. Te Kānawa is not from Ngāpuhi. My statement has been received by the panel, and because it's been received by the panel, I'm actually not going to read from my statement fire. I've lost my mum in July, so I'm going to sit down and I'm going to let my taumata kaumātua Ed Moses speak on my behalf. And I wanted to say that we won't eat up our 15 minutes, but I wanted to say, coming here, up on the wall in the Whare Kai about 50 years ago, there's a mural in the middle of Rangi Nui and Papatūānuku. That's mine. And we won that for Kaitaia College. That was presented for Northland colleges. And we had a big competition throughout Taitokerau to present murals to the new Whare Kai that was here in 1977-78. And that. So yes, I'm going to ask Ed to carry on. But before that, Fire, I heard you say that you worked with Martin Dawson. So Martin Dawson and we put together a constitution on behalf of our Muri Whenua Hapu. And I'll send that in to my lawyer and have that forwarded for our hearings and that. But in the meantime, I'll introduce Ed Moses, and him and I descend from Pohutiari Hapu, which was the hapu of Maturata. And then Ed.
He whai kroria hararia tonu ki iho ngā mano. Matua tama wairua tapu me ngāna hera pono ko te māngai hei toitoko. Arapa o meka hamu era piriwiri tua me te māngai anō. I runga te matua tama wairua tapu me ngāna hera pono māngai hei toitoko mai. Ai nei ake nei ai. Tūtahi māku tukunatu ngā mihi ki te kaihakarite I hakapurea te rānei roti te tori wairua o te hakamumiti. Tēnā koe matua. Tautoko kāna ngā mihi ki ihoa, mō tōna manaaki tiaki, whiwhi mai ki a mātou mai ngā rā ki muri tainoa ki tēnei wā, tai atu ki ngā rā ki tā haere mai. Mi atu ki te tuahine nei, I tukuna mai tēnei wāhanga, ki te tukunatu ngā kōrero e pāna ki te Constitution. Ko mātou ngā kaitiaki o ngā kawanata e rua e pumautia kei te rerenga o ngā wairua mō te tiriti o Waitangi, ara Piriwiri tua. Te tuatahi I te tau ko tahi mano iwa rau, rua takau mā waru. Te kawanata I tauawa o tahu pōtiki urumu rātana I ro whenua atu, hoki whenua mai. Anō I te tau ko tahi mano iwa rau waru takau mā ono, I tauawa maturata mā, ngā kaitiaki, ngā kaiwhakakaue o te kaupapa Piriwiri tua, me te tautoko ngā hahi katoa I taua wā Piriwiri tua. Tēnei te menui kia koutou. Ko wai tēnei taha mātou, ko tikorangi te maunga, waitiki me karatia ngā awa, pāringa te wā hapu, whitirea me rehua ngā moana, nā te kawa me te mingi, ngā pākainga, ko Waitangi te urupa, ko poho tiare te hapu, mori whenua te iwi, ko kurahau po te waka, pohuianga te rangatira, mai ki te tupuna whaia, ko raharui rawa ko te ngara ngā tokorua, ngā rangatira I te wā o te tiriti, ko heki mohi Moses Pene, taku tō mātou matua, nā ko eri Moses tēnei. Tēnei taha Māui, ko kohua ronaki te maunga, ko waitiki me waihuahua, ngā awa pāringaringa no te wāhapu, whitirea me rehua ngā moana, te hāpua, te pākainga, te reo mihi te marae, te reo pōwhiri te temepara, Ngāti Kuri, te hapu, muri whenua, te iwi, kura haupo te waka, pōhianga te rangatira, mai ke anō te tupuna whaia. Nō reira, tēnei te mihi nui kia koutou te tribunara. Mi atu ki a koutou katoa, ngā hapu, me ngā whānui o ngā puhi, tai mai mātou ki te tautoko I a koutou I raro te kawanata I pūmautia kei te rerenga o ngā wairua, te hononga o muri whenua me ngā puhi I tau wā mō te tiriti o Waitangi. Whakaui tonu mātou ki te kaupapa o ngā kororo purapiti a Āpirama Taone I te tau kotahi mano iwa rau ono te kau mā toru o ngā koru I taua wā te tama I kawea te paipara tapu I tētahi ringa me te tiriti o Waitangi te rātu. Kei konei mātou mai te rawa, mai te taha raki o maunga taniwha kei roto muri whenua ki te tautoko wenei kōrero. Tēnei wā ka kauri ki te reo pihi ki te hakamārama, me atu ki a koe te tiati, koutou, te tribunara, tēnei te mihi nui ki a koutou ki a tātou katoa. First, pay tribute to use the Waitangi Tribunal that I know had come from out of our rohe, and our kaumātuas going to address the case of the 99-year leases that were coming off in 1971. They started in 1963 up home to address that. They took it into the courts. This is the Rewiri Hongi, the son of Kepa Hongi, who was the rangatira up in our rohe tauawa, 150,000 acres. And it was Rewiri Hongi, the descendants, who took the case into the Waitangi, into the courts in 1971. The courts didn't know how to handle it, so they took it to their cousin Maturata. The Waitangi Tribunal, as far as we know, is born from that case. So in a kōrero with Dr. Barry Rigby just this year, I said to him, it's ironic that the Waitangi Tribunal is born out of the 99-year leases kōrero, and yet the recognition of the Muri Whenua claim was only allowed to go to 1865, in the starting up of the Māori land courts, thereby missing the 99-year leases. and those are mega. So I know it was done purposely to do that. So I pay tribute to Maturata Mā, who, when they started the claim in 1986, they had done it because of the illegal removal of Section 71 of the 1852 Constitution. And this is where I can absolutely talk into this Constitution debate, because that is what started them off to do the claims as Muri Whenua Ngāpuhi. The reason why they did it as Muri Whenua Ngāpuhi is that when they went to set up the Waitangi Tribunal, the Crown managed to put iwi into the legislation. And so when they set up their illegal corporation in 1986, Maturata went to the map drawn by Tuki and Huru up in the Norfolk Islands in 1793. And at that time, on that map was Muri Whenua Ngāpuhi. So that's how it was started. And so in carrying those cases, and I pay tribute now to the lawyers that started those cases. So David Barraguana and with Sean Elias as his number 2 were the ones that took in the Y22 fisheries claim. And Eddie Drury and Joe Williams were the ones who took in the Y45. So Privy Council won cases. Pay tribute also to Kohuiro, who came to Tautoko, that those kawanatas done as Muri Whenua Ngāpuhi. Pete? Aroha.
You don't have to speak directly into it, just stick in the direction of it.
Kia ora matua, Derek. So, in the tautoko for the Muri Whenua claims, this came from the Tai o Puri, or the head of Kohuiro himself, who said that he had taken the mandate treaty to the Governor-General in 1986 to show that there's no Pākehā version treaty with sovereign seals on, thereby our version stands. So those cases that are taken in, unfortunately for us, in what the Crown have done, they've used the 1995 Kingitanga settlement to then set the 1% model on all the tribes that followed them. So when we got in, when we got involved in 1996, there was only the 3 iwi that I know of, Ngāti Whātua, Tainui, Ngaitahu. I see there's currently nearly 100, and they've all taken 1% and less, and they've all made the illegal corporation the sovereign. So we're fighting ourselves. So paiana. So in addressing our claims of home as Muri Whenua and internal raru, what had happened is it helped us to then pick up the Kohuiro kaupapa in 1996. So in 1997, our Pohotiare Hapu supported the Karanga. We supported the Karanga to reinstate their parliament. And so part of that was myself being put into their parliament by our Hapu Pohotiare. And sitting beside the likes of Onero Pihema, who and Lester Bowden, who were the Ngāpuhi representatives from Ngāpuhi, who actually put the treason case into the Waitangi Tribunal. That's in March of 2013. And so part of that is ourselves, we did a high treason case in Mangataipa in Onero's Marae in December of 2021. And we put our names onto that with seals against the illegal corporation, and that's in 2021 because of the Agenda 21 genocide case that's been put on our people over the last 5 years. So part of that was putting the high treason to tautoko Onero. And mihi atu ki Ngāti Kiore, ko hatu taka, all of us katoa, that have been here over many years with each other since the time of the beginning of the He Whakaputanga 2010. I want to honour Judge Coxhead Whaia. I was honoured to be there with our kaumātuas, Dad, Uncle Abe, Rima Edwards. When he said on that day, if it wasn't for Maturata, we wouldn't be doing this case for Hiva. He said, this will be the biggest case that will be heard. And unfortunately for us, our mum died the very next day. And we always know there's a price to be paid. In listening to the sister here talking about Martin Dawson, our taumata was actually put in place to help Martin to take that case into the United Nations, where that case was won using the Wata Tipinia case of 1957, where he'd won the 90-mile beach. So it's pretty disappointing when I see our ones, whether it's the Māori Council or whoever, going into these cases, doing the MACA claims, when they should be using the covenant claims of the Y22, and also their claim that was taken into the United Nations by Martin Dawson, because as you'd be aware of, Martin Dawson himself was the price that was paid for that kawanata. So I'm just here to remind us all that this was won a long time ago. Our own parliament has been brought back out of recess a long time ago. And we're here because of the ngangara down in Wellington that is a corporation that, if you're talking constitution-wise, they've gone against their own adopted statutes of Westminster of 1947. Nera. And why they've had to adopt it in 1947 that you might not know is that the Kōhiro Parliament had gone into recess in that year. And prior to that, we had been the kaitiakis of the League of Nations by virtue of our tupunas had been given in 1832, the Herbalist Charter and the Free Carriage of Westminster by King William. Again in 1832 by the Dauphin Louis Philippe XVIII. He'd gone and given us the Rights of Man of Louis XVI and the 300 BC GATT seals. And in that same year, America had come into the GATT seals via James Clendon being made the consul to the Taiopuru. And I'm only saying this because everything I've just said, I was supposed to have delivered into a hearings in Pangaru, but I was taken off the table. And so in the book that came out, Ngāpuhi Speaks, there's actually no kōhiro history in there at all. So this is a gentle reminder of that. And I do have even though he had the sign-off of the Tainui settlement in 1995, this has come back to Maturata in 1997 on his birthday at Marae. So this was the evidence that everyone talks about of the unextinguished native land title. So this is the Piriwiri Tour document. And just bear with me a little bit. If I can just show. Even though this is be hard to see for all those ones out there, but this is the day of the kawanata in 1986 with Eddie Drury there, Maturata just behind him. I know, sorry you can't see it. Our dad's first cousin is Rapini Aoperahama, who was there on behalf of the Mōrehu at that time, but everyone was there, katorika, mihinare, ringatu, paimārire, and as, say, as a kingitanga go to settlement, it goes and pulls paimārire out of the kawanata. And then as our Te Rārawa side, when they went against the Muri Whenua, it pulled the katorika out of the kawanata. And then when Ngāti Kahu, and I'm only talking about the ones from the 1990s, and as they've gone into settlement, as Ngāti Kahu ki Whangaro pulled out of the kawanata, it's pulled the mihinare out. When Ngāti Pro, or when they it pulls out the ringatu, etc., etc. So we try to find our way back to that. Tūhoi, tikana. Aroha, nāku te he. Aroha mai. So our way forward is because, as the Piriwiri Tour, even though we started it many years ago, we're the ones that have been left to clean this up. So, kia koutou katoa, ngāpuhi. I must say, kia tūpato in the new Tirini kaupapa ne, because under that kaupapa there, will you end up with the house full of spiders. Nera. It's just a gentle warning, because this has all been done in whakapapa with you fellows, mai rano, and we're here to clean it up. Because the warning from the Ratana himself, that if we got the treaty wrong a second time, that would be the second death of the world by fire. And over the last 5 years, what we've seen with 5G towers, vaccines, etc., we know smart meters, HARP, we know exactly where the second death can come from if we do not offer what's here in this country. And the GATT seals, The GATT seals brings in nearly 80 countries of sovereign countries from 300 BC. And we're the kaichakis of that to bring it back out. Nera. Pai? So, kia koutou, is that it? Oh, yeah. Nō reira, kia koutou, ngā hapu whānui kei roto Ngāpuhi, kei roto muri whenua hoki, ko tai mai te wā ki te whakakotahi ai, te ture wairua me te ture tangata. I runga te matua tama wairua tapu me ngāna hira pono, māngai hei taitoko mai, ai nei aka nei ai. Kia ora tātou. Do I give them this? Yeah, yeah. Matua tama wairua tapu me ngā anahera me te māngai hei tautoko te ture wairua. Kua whānau nei he māngai hei kai arai hei ora mō te ao katoa te ture wairua. Apati hono, tātai hono, te hunga wairua ki a rātou, e whetu rangitia, e moi, i roti ta ariki. Ke tātou te hunga ora, tātou e mahina te mahi tika, te mahi pai, te mahi aroha, te mahi rangi Marae, mō ngā tamariki moko puna, me ngā uri whakatupurangi. Runga, tēnei te mihi, tēnei te mihi, tēnei te mihi nui. Shall I give them this stuff?
I know, my lawyer's going to take, we'll give him copies.
Oh, we'll give him copies. Okay.
Yeah.
E konea ka whena pō. O Lea.
That was me.
Lea, ka whena pō.
Yeah.
You right, Mum?
I don't want to sit over there.
Okay. I need some water.
Kia ora. Ko kāpuna Paora tuku ingoa. My father is Maru Paora o Waitupango, Te Ngaire. My mother is Nellie Murray o Kenana on the Ihaia Tūkāriri whānau. My parents built their homestead at Mahinapua in Whangoroa in 1949, the year I was born. I live in the kāinga tūturu of my parents. The kāinga and myself are 76 years old. I want to thank the tribunal. This is my second time speaking in front of the tribunal. The first one was in Matauri. I want to thank the tribunal for being here with us and all the people who are making things happen in the background. My thanks to our lawyers, Richard Gaper and Caitlin Fellows, for being with us. Thank you. I am here to support this kaupapa on behalf of Y2389 claimants Rapine Hona, Lui Hohaya, Charlie Hikuwai, Marae Ko, and Tahua Murray. My sister, all of whom have now passed. My sister Tahua passed in June of this year, And now that I'm standing here at Waitangi, I want to acknowledge her service as a past trustee on the Waitangi Trust Board. And following in our mother's footsteps, a kaikaranga here at Waitangi. I was meant to be standing here with my sister Tāhua. She is with me, and this kōrero today is ours. Using our whangoroa pūrākau and histories, we wanted to talk on our understanding of mana motuhake, to inform the tribunal that any approach should use mana moana, mana whenua, and mana tangata. Mana moana, kupe and te wheke a Buturangi. Kupe lived in his homeland, or Hawaii, was a fisherman, and he started to notice they weren't catching any fish. He found out that Muturangi, who was a tohunga, had a pet wheke, and the wheke was stealing all the fish from their nets. Kupe wanted to kill the wheke, so he built him a waka and chased the wheke to Aotearoa. When the wheke came to Whangaroa, Kupe followed it in and crashed his waka into the tip of Mahenapua. And he named that bay Pakaru. And it's still known as Pakaru today, and it's on the map. Because of that crash, it separated the land in two islands, Motueka Nui and Motueka Iti, commonly known as Big Flat and Little Flat. When Kupe crashed, unfortunately, his kuri drowned. And today, o Motueka Nui is a sharp rock. And Kupe named that rock Te Ure o Te Kuri o Kupe. And it's a well-known kōrero in Whangaroa. With his waka being badly damaged, Kupe stopped in a small bay in Te Wainui to repair the damage, and he used his bailer to bail out the water. When his waka was seaworthy, he named that little bay Tieru, naming it after his bailer, and it's still named that today. Kupe carried on to Matauri, commonly known as Matauri, where he stopped his chase once he saw a sharp maunga come into view. Kupe climbed that maunga to gather stones and burn a fire to cook his kai. Kupe named that maunga Whakaara-ara, commonly known as Whakarara. From there, Kupe carried on the chase to the Cook Strait, where the wheke o Buturangi was killed. Whangaroa have many coastal hapu. Kupe named many landmarks along the coastline, and many of our stories come from these journeys. But then our lands were sold and resold or taken. Some of these names were erased or replaced from the history books, and these books are now being taught to our mokopuna. This is still happening now. Mana motuhake is to reclaim and retain the use of our histories, our identity, and to ensure our mana and the rights of our mokopuna to those stories are protected. Mana whenua, rākau kaihika paihau. Before I begin on mana whenua, I want to acknowledge my whanaunga, Anuru Kira, for his kōrero last night at the Wananga on the he whakaputanga. There is a Putakawa tree in Tangaire, which we call the Rako Kahika Paiho, the red-bearded Putakawa tree. This is the site where the first whakamininga was held, and our chiefs gathered to talk on matters as a collective. The Putakawa and Puriri tree was used in Whangoroa for the placing of our dead and in our birthing rites on our whenua to bury placenta. These trees are still scattered across Whangoroa, and to protect them, and we protect them, but if the trees are on private land, they have historically been chopped down. Mana motuhake is the right to govern ourselves, as we have always done, be it on day-to-day matters or when we have come together as a collective to discuss matters across tribes. These ceremonies are not new to us. They are part of our collective memory and is still being practiced and still in use today in some form or another. Mana tangata, Raurau and his kites. We have a tūpuna, Raurau, was a tohunga and the grandson of our ancestress Mui Mui. Raurau lived on Otingi and owned all the land. Raurau would sit on his turu on Otingi and send kites out when he wanted to communicate messages to the three villages of Mahinipua, Te Wainui, and Tangaire. Even when he was hungry, he would send a kite out, and young boys had to come and feed him because of his tapu. No one else was allowed near him. One time, Rauro flew his kite to Mahinipua, to the local hapu, Ngaiti Meru. That tribe was seen to cut the kite of Rauro. In response to this, Rauro planned a mock fight between his warriors and those of Ngaiti Meru. A second mock fight was organised, but this time Rauro's men hid real weapons in the sand and in the grass, in the trees. When Ngaiti Meru came down, they were all killed except for 2 children who were hidden in the cave at Mahinipua. From there, those 2 children went to Whangaihe to be with another tribe. You can still find the bones along Mahinipua Peninsula. Their bones were not removed or buried, they were just left there. One day as a child, I found a skull, and I went to my dad with it, but he said, if you find a bone, you don't uplift it or touch it. I had to take the skull back and bury it where I found it. My mother also used to bury seashells across our lands to remind us of our occupation of that whenua. For mana motuhake, this kōrero reminds me of Rauro's whakapapa and how it is presented in Rauro's leadership and Rauro's skills to navigate conflict. Through whakapapa, his mokopuna also displays these talents. We have examples of our tikanga, kawa, and rituals in our lives that help us determine as a whānau, hapu o iwi, what is right, what is wrong, what is ours, and what is not. Mana motuhake, the manu kuaka, the God-wit. Mahinipua was in the flight path of the migration bird, the kuaka or the godwit. Our people used to go to Mahenepua Beach to trap and snare the kuaka for kai. Then along came the shotguns, and where once they caught 1 or 2 kuaka, our people now would kill many. Over time, the kuaka never landed in Mahenepua again. For mana motuhake, the collective matters. Just as the kuaka have been wounded and not returned to Mahenepua, so has our people been wounded and not returned to their haukainga. Any approach to mana motuhake must ensure that our people, especially our mokopuna, return to their haukainga, and for them to know that wherever they go in the world, they can always return to the mana that resides back home with their people. Thank you for giving me this time. Kia ora.
Ngā mihi kia koe, e koe he rawe te whakarongo kia koe tēnei rā, nei rā te mihi. We don't have a copy of your presentation, but I noticed your lawyers have copies and they were following them, and it bears no resemblance to what was filed on your behalf. So would you prefer us to deal with that rather than what was filed?
I'll leave for you to answer that one.
And you'll need to give the Crown a copy before you leave.
So
Mum, are you going to just add to your brief?
Oh yes, I like that kōrero to be added to the brief. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know. Ngā mihi ki a koe.
Thank
Me o whakaro nui.
Oh, and before I go, I want to kōrero about this parakite over here. I'll just come over here. Do you mind if I kōrero one here? Oh, you can't hear? Oh. Now, during the first of the hearings that came to Whangaroa of the tribunal, our whānau and I wanted to be part of what can we do or what can we help with the, part of the kōrero for Whangaroa. So we decided to stitch the blanket, which is called ngā kohinga kōrero of Whangaroa. So all these people down here, they were all part of the claim. They were our tūpuna, and they all stitched on this blanket, and they all left us kōrero. Over here, we have Wainui here on this side, and they were well known for the rua kumara. Through our ancestress, Muimui. She brought the kumara in Wainui. And down here, we have Te Ngaire with the oil pot. And they still got their oil pot today. And on that side, which is Mahenepua, they were well known for ngā rua kumara, me ngā mahinga kai. So all the stories are all stitched in here. Now, when you see this whai here, it's a grey whai. She is the guardian of Mahenepua. She lives in Whangaihe, and she swims to Wainui, and breed there in a little bay called Pia Pia, where she breeds, and then she goes back to Whangaihu. No name was given, but the kōrero was. And here are the veterans of the Māori Battalion, and my father was one of them, Maru Paul, and my uncle, my dad's brother, Waihora Paura. Neither of them knew they were going to war, and neither of them knew that they were going overseas to fight, but they met on the boat that was taking them over. Unfortunately, my dad's brother died over there in the Western Desert, and he was only 1 year fighting, and now his body lies in, I forgot the name of the place where he is. Arohamai. Yeah, Tera. I think he needs to be brought back. So these are, and my father only fought for a year or so, and he became a prisoner of war and was taken to Austria and Stalag, Germany. And there he remained for the rest of the war, but he came back. So those are all the stories of Whangaroa, that all these tupuna here, they're now gone, and my sister is part of that now, but I haven't stitched her on. Ware ahau. So that was our contribution to Whangaroa.
Kia ora tātou. We've got one more presentation. Kay Martin, is Kay here? Yeah. Well, we won't growl them for not talking. In fact, you could get brownie points. You guys have got 15 minutes, all right? And that includes the waiata.
Okay. E tu aroha nui tēnei kia mihi, ki ngā kai kōrero kua mihia, nā koutou I whakamana I ngā taonga tuku iho nā ngā tūpuna. E tū mihi ana hau, kia koutou te hau kainga mō o koutou mahi. Hei whakakaha I te mauri o tēnei marae, nō reira tēnā koutou. I ngā mana, I ngā reo, I ngā ka rangatanga maha, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Ngā mihi te taipunara. Pūtahi me te roto ngā maunga, te kuaha me waitaruhe, me wairoro ngā awa o māpere te roto. Ngā toki māta whaurua me māmari ngā waka, te uri ohua, takotoke, ngā te kura, ngā te rangi, ngā hapu, ngā puhi te iwi. Ko Ani Manihira Kaufata Baker Martin, tōku mama. She is 93, so I've definitely got to mention her. Ko Natalie K. Baker, awesome Nes Martin, tōku ingoa. And yes, that is my name. That's my husband's surname. It is with a deep sense of honour and responsibility that I stand before you today. I am Kaitiaki Trustee Secretary for Lake o Māpere Trust, and Mum and I and my husband live on the shore of the lake. So we're one of the only landowners, Māori. I am Trustee Secretary for Mid-North Māori Wardens, established 2012. As you can see here, I'm Kaikohe. Trustee Secretary Treasurer for Kaikohe No. 2 Māori Committee. Trustee Secretary Treasurer for our whānau trust, Te Pirikotaha Whānau Trust. As the Chair of the Waimate Taia Mai ki Kaikohe Claims Alliance, I want to acknowledge the incredible mahi we have done together, the challenges we've overcome, te paparahi o te raki, inquiry, the Ngāpuhi mandate urgency, and the kaupapa that brings us here today. To those who have walked before us, who carried these claims in their hearts but did not live to see them realised. Kei ngā mate, haere atura. Your contributions remain at the heart of our journey. I hope I don't cry. But you might wonder, who are Te Waimate Taia Mai ki Kaikohe Claims Alliance? The alliance was formed in the late 1990s to provide Waitangi Tribunal claimants from the Waimate Taia Mai ki Kaikohe Rohe with a group to progress their claims. I became a chauffeur for my mother, then progressed to do just a little report, then became the secretary, then just run a few meetings, and then became the chairperson after we lost our chairperson, John Rameka Alexander. I was reminiscing with Dr. Grant Phillipson as he used to spend time talking to Uncle John when he was doing the research reports for Y1040 and ngā mihi. The Alliance has developed into a group of claimants from Te Waimate, Te Ahuahu and Ngāwha, and we welcome all those people associated with that area. Then we eventually had Ki Kaikohe join us, which was Auntie Diane Ruawhare. We do not speak exclusively for our hapu, but we do have a right to speak as members of those hapu. Reflecting on our history, I am reminded of the sacrifices made by generations before us, from the breaches of the colonial era, through the protests and advocacy that led to the establishment of the Waitangi Tribunal, to the pivotal hearings of today. Our legacy is one of resilience. The evidence we've presented has shaped reports, policies, and even judicial decisions. It has sparked dialogue and planted seeds of change, but the journey is not complete. When we wrote up the statement of position for this inquiry, we wanted to reflect on where we have come from and look to the future. I should also say that I am here to speak for the Alliance, but I didn't draft a statement on my own. And it might be that I can't answer all of the questions if there might be some asked. What I can say is that it represents a consistent position from what we were taught as we grew up, what we told the tribunal in the 5 weeks of hearings that we had for stage 1 of Te Paparahi o Te Raki, and then the 26 hearings that we had for stage 2 of that inquiry. I don't want to take up too much time today, so to summarise that position, 1, at 1840, the hapu of Te Waimate Taia Mai ki Kaikohe exercised mana and authority over our lands, environment and resources. We lived in our rohe according to tikanga and kawa. Our tūpuna were actively engaged in the economy of mana and asserted and protected our rangatiratanga. 2, we are grateful to Dr. Manuka Henare, who worked with us Ana Waima te taia mai oral and traditional history report for the Y1040 hearings. He spoke with us about, his views on an economy of mana, which he said was a worldview in kinship, tribal modes of production that, among other things, consider spiritual and human ancestors and descendants not yet born, and prioritise holistic well-being and value creation, including creation of taonga and art aesthetics over profit maximisation. 3, we agree with Dr. Henare's view that the Crown's plan was to create a pōhara economy of mana, forced poverty as an effect of deliberate Crown policy. This is something that we are going to come back to in the next stages of the inquiry, but we can file more information if the tribunal would like us to. Our tūpuna expected the mana they exercised over taonga katoa to be preserved when they signed He Wakaputanga and agreed to the articles in Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Our leaders agreed to a relationship and to ongoing engagement with the Crown. They did not agree to give up authority over their lands, their people or their tikanga. Hapu authority stands in its own right. It has not been replaced by our other system. Our authority is expressed through our tikanga, our decision-making, our responsibilities to whenua and wai, and the leadership of our people. We reject any argument that the Crown's view of sovereignty overrides hapu authority. 6, the issue for today is that two understandings of authority exist, and the relationship between them has never been resolved. For us, hapu authority continues in full. Any constitutional discussion must start by recognising that our sovereignty was never ceded and that it remains today. 7, while the Crown has stamped power all over this country, it has achieved its power by means that violate te tiriti. 8, we should not mistake the abuse of power for legitimate sovereignty. Finally, I'm going to talk about our first niece, mokopuna, that has now had her moko kauai done last weekend. Oh. And I just want to end with her kōrero on how it's been for the last week. So, Natasha Harris, Mahurehore, is where her father's from, so that's Waima, Hokianga. Honestly, my moko kauai has revealed itself to be more beautiful than I could have imagined. I feel complete in the deepest sense of my being. In a time when our government is actively attempting to strip Te Tiriti o Waitangi from our laws and attempting to silence our voices, receiving my moko kauai feels like a profound act of sovereignty. It is a permanent, unerasable declaration of my whakapapa. I am filled with an immense sense of aroha to be able to stand visibly and unapologetically Māori. It is a testament that while policies can be changed, our presence, our stories and our rights as promised by Te Tiriti are indelible. He Māori ahau mō ake ake. So, ngā mihi nui ki a koutou katoa. Kia kaha, kia maia, kia manawa nui. This is a little different to what I had put forward, so I will make sure a copy is sent through to you via my lawyer, Bryce Lyle, and his apologies for not being here.
Well, ngā mihi ki a koe, and thank you for the succinct presentation. It's very helpful. And I was going to ask you if we could have a copy. My next question was going to be, so what do we make of the brief that's already, the statement of position?
Can that still be there in this one added as well?
Yes, it can.
Thank you.
Just, ngā mihi.
Kevin.
Oh, kia ora, Uncle. He used to be on the Lake Mapini Trust.
Whakamutunga tō.
Ka hore pātai te hea mana.
Okay. Well, that's it. We've...
Okay,
oh.
come on. Ko te whaia, Ko te whaia o te ao, o te ao. Ka waiata kia Maria, he nei whakai, whakamea te mai, te wai tangata. He ne purotu, he ne ako, he ne rangi mai. Ko te whaia, ko te whaia, o te ao, o te ao. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Oh, this is my son Charles, and this is my mokopuna. He's a Māori warden, but he didn't wear his uniform. And this one is a trainee and 15. And of course my mum. Lovely, 93 years old. Anima.
Boy in the suit.
Everyone wants to meet him today.
Kia ora everyone. That brings our Wananga to a close. We'd like to thank all of the people who've presented, and there's a huge amount of information and very valuable kōrero happened in the last week. This was the 6th and final one of our Wananga, and it has been really, and the longest, I might add too. So the others were usually a couple of days, or maybe even one was even one day. But with this one, it's certainly the longest. And it was entirely appropriate that it should be here. So that's that. Now, before we close, I've been approached by the Lost Property Department. Is there someone out there missing an earring? So you can have a look at it. And also, I haven't checked to see what fluid is in there, but there is some fluid in there. So I think those two were together. Whether the fluid in there had something to do with the loss of the earring, I'm not going to surmise, but it may have been. Anyway, we mutu nā hau I tīmata ngā kōrero I te tīmatanga o tēnei wiki. Mā hau pēr kapi tō tātou hui. He tēnei. Nā hau tēnei.
Kapi o koutou whatu karekita. Koutou katoa roto tēnei whai. Roto te hauni mai na tāna. Tō tēnei whakanoa ki tīna. Tīna. Hauni o hui e. Tai ki o.
mai tātou katoa, o tō tātou hei himene. Kia ora, Judy, can I ask yesterday? Well, are you saying you'll follow more details?
Kore tai atu ngati rahi, ngati kawa, i ngā koro whakaoti tini wā. Nau koutou e pura tō tātou whare, i roto ngā maumuharatanga ko rātou koe tai. E te kai whakawā rangatira, tatu mai roto tō tātou whare. I hara tini te whakawātea, tēnei i te hoki mai. Kaua haere kochi kisi mai tō mātou mai kone. Koutou te kaora, ko tahi tō mai ke kone. O kone. O kau tieki, o hakapitonga mi te triti o Waitangi. Kone te me romau tanguna. Kone nohe tā, ngāti rāhiri, ngāti kawa. Rāhiri muru iau. Kona ngāti rāhiri. Mene koe heke iaia, kia kia kā. Kia kia kā, kia mohe o tātou, ngā puhi nui tonu koe mate. Koe na tini, a tukana ta whakamoimiti. I taku hoaranga tira nā te mea, moanau, ka ahororo a taku mi koroka, riri mai kia. Mene ngā whakahoki tamana, katanuka, whakahoki ki tā.
Tū mai tātou, i mea, hapamutuna, hapakuri o tātou nei hui, kawaia. Kawaia ka,
Tōtūra whakamaua ka tīna.